Thank you. Fine. Okay. So once again, good morning to everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome the second day of the Dit is 'n Nood-Kaap Dink Con held here at the beautiful Castle of Good Hope in Cape Town.
Two, 1, 2. Oh, 2, 1, 2.
1, 1, 2.
Right, we live, Prof. You can go.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I could hear, or rather see on your lips, Mr. MC Trevor, that you were introducing me and you were acknowledging those that need to be acknowledged in the room. So like I did last night, I would like to say all protocol observed and maybe just mention that the fact that we can be in the
1, 2.
Okay.
Is a colloquium, the scholarship of research. I know that the colloquium is unique in the sense that we do not only have academics here, we have community activists, we have cultural activists, we've got artists, documentary filmmakers, painters, poets, last night some wonderful musicians as well, postgraduate students, and various institutions, NPOs, NGOs, and museums. And for the day, just having the kind of colloquium where all members of the community are in this space, allowed and being part of sharing their voices in the deliberations, this is not something that usually gets done at academic colloquia or conferences. And I want to link this to when we have our second form of scholarship, which is scholarship of learning and teaching. The important part of actually taking that learning that we have in our work with communities and bringing that into the classroom. The third one is how you integrate, using scholarship to integrate, and the fourth one is application. So where you are at is that you actually are at the scholarship of engagement for societal impact level, which brings all of those various to bear. And there are two elements that are important to remember. This is about citizenship and our civic responsibility. We know that the Northern Cape community members are, we always include you in the colloquium, not only presenting in your own right, where your voices, you are represented in pieces such as the documentary films that we screen at the colloquium. And this is something I'm extremely proud of. Foreign learning at UWC, our project manager, Dr. Jacob Peter, you will see him roaming around, he's been very busy. He actually also works with Dr. Mukwena on one part of foreign learning, which is our entrepreneurial innovation space, where we have an experiential learning space for our students. Our students do not only include students in our one campus, but also those. We have a treatment, a transview and transmedia clinic, and I want to say something about that because it also links with what the conference will be doing and some of the documentary films that will be seen during your colloquium. And then we've got the entrepreneurial law clinic, where I'm involved, as well as a small business clinic, a green incubator, where we are expanding into the green economy and actually bringing entrepreneurship, innovation, and the green economy together. So the wonderful examples that we have in media, for example, recently we have a course or continuous education course called New and Transmedia, run by Dr. Peter and Dr. Mukwena. And where does that take place? In the rural areas. We have graduation of those students that were part of rural youth, were part of the CE course, and they graduated in Kimberley. And it didn't stop there. I think the inspirational for me was how they then took the entrepreneurial skills, the documentary filmmaking, and other kinds of ways in which our stories can be told to form their own podcast series and pay it forward. And I would like to have something similar and we graduated, I think, during August, early September. And I want to use this platform to say so well to, as having the colloquium. I think one of the most important things is what we mentioned last night around reciprocal relationships. That scholarship of engagement can only be true engaged scholarship if the relationships that we have, that we become co-creators of knowledge with our community, and that we have an equal say and an equal voice. I want to encourage you beyond the colloquium that reflect, and for those of you that have not engaged in of story, think about telling your story. The Northern Cape have a lot of stories to tell. And if we do not tell our community stories in their own voices, those stories will be told by others and it will be appropriated, as sometimes happens even in the academic space. So to go through this conference, I keep on calling it the conference colloquium, and the participants there to see if we a book, a podcast, a documentary film flowing from this colloquium. Tell your stories. And there's something about heritage. And I want to say, when we did sing of Clarkson, with my community in Clarkson with a book and the documentary film that we produced, there's the one saying that I want to also appeal to all our Northern Cape participants. And it actually comes from the Bible where it says, "Die leedsnoere is vir my 'n lieflike plek op die val. My erfenis is vir my mooi." Think very carefully and deeply of the complex problems that will be engaged, that you will engage in, of ruptures and legacies, and realizing that your heritage is beautiful and we need to pay it forward to the future generation. All the best with the colloquium, and I look forward to seeing how we take also the collaboration with Denisa and the Castle of Good Hope further. I thank you.
Can we give Prof. Lavak a beautiful round of applause? Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, indeed, I want to echo around our heritage, and I think it's mentioned this, and it's been mentioned already. A lot of questions has been asked around Cape Town, and I think we have been, just alerting colleagues for those who have bought into this separatist idea that, if Northern location. So when we talk about Northern Cape, we talk about, we know what we talk about, a specific geographical area. However, it is beyond the, the 1994 borders, that separated the so-called Cape Province into these three distinct Eastern, Western, and Northern Cape. So I think we want to take that very seriously, especially, questioning around, the legacies and the ruptures. And I think we have some fascinating papers are lined up for, the coming 3 days. And I think, in different ways, whether that is through academic scholarship, is through cultural or artistic performance, whether that be through activism. I think all of us in our own unique ways are really trying to almost breathe life into this idea that we should be proud of our heritage, to take it seriously. And
hi, I've just made up my presentation. Sorry, can someone help me with how to actually load my presentation? I've not worked with Google Share at the moment.
Can you hear me, it's Jacob? Can you hear me, Prof? It's Jacob.
maybe you want
Yes, I am trying the mic. So, Prof, at the bottom you have a couple of options. You have the icon, then you have the video, then you have CC, then you have the smiley face, then you have present now. Click on present.
Okay.
Then you will be able to you can your entire screen, so the options will be there, and then you can just click share.
Yeah, at the moment I can't see where I would find my presentation.
So did you open your presentation?
Just let me. Got my presentation on the screen now. Do you see it?
And to present now.
In Berkeley West, with the site of Canteen Koppie and the Berkeley West Museum. Just by way of introduction, in May 2023, a High Court review application ruling from 2019 was challenged before a full bench of the Pretoria High Court, deciding the future of the heritage site of Canteen Koppie, Berkeley West. The site, already mauled by mining, would either be turned over to diamond diggers or be saved as a heritage site, with already pending Grade 1 National Heritage status. This was the second appeal against the 2019 judgment, a spirited attack on heritage. The decision handed down in July 2023 ruled in favour of saving the site. At the same time, at the nearby Berkeley West Museum, a different face had already emerged. In 2023, just 2 decades after opening the museum, that was an opening by the first democratic elected displays were completely gutted. This was an old toll house next to the first bridge across the Vaal River, both of them protected provincial heritage sites. Now, just for some background, why are these places important? So we're looking at a place that in the early 1870s was called Ka'ab, a Kora name meaning stony place across a river, which came to be translated into Dutch as Klipdrift. And it became the site of the first major diamond rush on the South African diamond fields. That was in 1870. Diggers swarmed into the area and many diggings were opened up before the dry diggings at what would become Kimberley drew the mob away from the river. Briefly, there was a Klipdrift Diggers Republic with its own president, Stafford Parker, but before long colonial rule was extended here, and within the 1870s, along with Kimberley, it was one of the main towns in the Crown Colony of Whitland West. It was renamed Berkeley West, named after Sir Henry Berkeley, governor of the Cape Colony. Kimberley also having acquired its name from the colonial Secretary of State for the Colonies, which of course was the way with naming under colonialism. And so the rush to the diamond fields sparked South Africa's mineral revolution, spurred its industrialized economy, entrenching the system of migrant labor, segregation, dictating who could and who could not mine for diamonds, and so on. All of this contributing to future arrangements as regards land and ultimately homelands, etc. Kevin Shillington has written on the colonization of the southern Tshwana, which commenced from these events at the diamond fields. His more recent biography of Kgosi Yankee tells of Yankee's early life in the district. His father's capital town of Dikgatlong, situated west of Berkeley, has since provided a name for the post-1994 municipality of Dikgatlong. Talking about now focusing on Canteen Koppie, an archaeological site at Berkeley West, interestingly it parallels, and not surprisingly, it parallels the history of the diamond diggings. In the 1870s, those working in the diggings included a fellow named Colonel Barker, who was one of the first people to recognize what we now know to be a very ancient stone artifact site, with hand axes and the like coming out of the same gravels that contained the diamonds. Ever since, the diggings up and down the Vaal River have yielded out stone tools, including these hand axes known to be of the earlier Stone Age. Some of the layers containing material more than a million years old. Then in 1925, some fragments of a semi-fossilized bone from a skull were found near Kantienkoppie and became known as the Kantienkoppie skull. These were described by Dr. Robert Broom, who thought that the skull represented a pre-Bushman race, as he put it, which was termed Boskop or Boskopoid, today a discredited concept. In 2012, we published a reassessment of the remains and found that the skull falls within the range of variation of first-hand populations of the Holocene the last 12,000 years, and not archaic as Broom suggested. As we wrote, it was a salutary lesson about the role played by preconceptions in academic research, with very few facts, with lots of gut reaction and overflow of subjective opinion. Broom had been led to reveal that the Kantienkoppie skull was different from other recent South African skeletal remains, and to promote it as a member of an ancestral Boskop race. As I said, the theory is today totally discredited. Then in 1929, the major combined conference of the British and South African associations, the advancement of science, met in South Africa. There were two main conference sessions, one in the Cape and one in Johannesburg, with a train trip between the two centres stopping in Kimberley. Delegates were invited to join various excursions. Those with an archaeological, anthropological bent were invited to places like the McGregor Museum, rock art sites outside town, and Kantienkoppie. The Abbé Henri Boy, a prominent French prehistorian who was highly influential in developing the science of archaeology and rock art research in France as well as Britain, was one of the special guests, and he enthused over the site of Kantienkoppie, where, as he said, there were not only enough specimens of these stone artifacts to fill a museum to overflowing, but to build it of them also. He promoted the importance of this site and other Stone Age sites in the area, and would return to South Africa as a guest of General Smuts during the Second World War, when again he visited Kantienkoppie. His campaigning on behalf of Kantienkoppie undoubtedly helped towards the eventual proclamation in 1948 of a protected area here. And so a portion of the site was fenced off and proclaimed as what is now a heritage site in 1948. There were open air exhibits created there in the late 1940s, but these fell apart eventually. But an open air display at Kantienkoppie now explains major points from local archaeology and history. The display that we put up in 2000 was vandalized but refurbished in 2016. The sequence at the site is a very long one, from earlier Stone Age of 1.7 million years ago to pre-colonial Tswana settlements near the surface, and it also includes the history of colonial encroachment and early diamond digging. Just to give you some idea of the stone artifacts found there, these are Acheulean or earlier Stone Age claws called Victoria West claws, for which the site is quite famous, and also there's an illustration there of the Kantienkoppie skull, and this is actually a replica of the showing the skull fragments that were then put into a plaster cast by Robert Broom. And then in 2015, some illegal sand mining exposed a late Iron Age site with ceramics and fauna, so bits of pottery and bone fragments, which is one of the more recent layers in the build-up of the sediments of Kantienkoppie. Now, stepping back a bit from 2015, in 1997, the threat of mining at this declared site spurred the first systematic archaeological excavation at Mount Peter Beaumont. And in 1998, following this threat of mining, an article settlement was reached, which established that no mining could take place within the declared site, but a mining permit was issued for areas outside of the declared site. That was then suspended because the miners had encroached on the declared site. In the 2000s, further research with several publications and theses underscored the archaeological significance of Canton Kopi, and displays about the site were put up on Canton Kopi as well as in the adjacent museum at the Old Toll House. Mining reared its head again in 2014 when DMR, the Department of Mineral Resources, issued a license for mining in the declared site. SARA prevented it by issuing a cease works order. SARA again confirmed that no mining could take place within the heritage site without a heritage permit, which was unlikely to be given to miners, and pointing out that Canteen Kopi was formally protected. Yet in March 2016, mining actually did commence, and an enormous pit was dug right in the center of the site. Here's an image of it taken 2 days after mining commenced. Just to illustrate in terms of the spatiality of the site, the polygon in red is the declared site. The areas, the yellow areas marked through, are where mining was allowed to take place in the late 1990s, and the small area E in the middle of the declared site is where mining took place in 2016. We sought an urgent interdict on the 18th and 19th of March 2016, and simultaneously launched the review application. And this was made, the interdict was made final a month later, and in 2019 the review application was ruled in our favor, in other words, to preserve the site. But this ruling was challenged subsequently. So a multiplicity of issues converge and are entangled in these instances of heritage and crisis. To start with, systems intended to regulate and integrate the interests of mining, development, heritage and communities have not been universally effective at local, provincial and national levels, sometimes failing spectacularly. We've seen in the bottom image there a rock engraving site which had been reported on in an impact assessment was subsequently found to have been mined away. The instruments for protecting and conserving heritage at provincial and local level, the agencies responsible lack capacity to actually implement the lofty ideals. So heritage is a provincial mandate, but heritage management capacity at provincial level is limited with declining budgets and staff, even at provincial museums, certainly in the Northern Cape. Both Canteen Kopi and the Toll House are currently Grade 2 provincial heritage sites, as I've mentioned previously. Barclay West Museum, however, falls under local economic development and at the local government level. Provincial sport, arts and culture declined to accept responsibility when the museum was opened. This has been the pattern for almost all the local museums that are not provincial and national declared institutions. The South African strategy for the paleosciences in 2013 went so far as to identify the lack of heritage authority capacity at provincial level as, at that time, the most serious threat to the future of heritage resources in South Africa. Inability of the provincial officers to appoint skilled staff constituted a looming disaster. At local government level, the situation is even more dire. Budgetary constraints, hence inadequate, in fact no support for the museum or printing copy at provincial, municipal level in Berkeley West. And there's a recent news report about monies owed by the municipality to ESCOM and also with regard to water use. By 2020, the museum was much neglected and seldom visited. COVID-19 lockdown left it vulnerable to accelerating vandalism in a context of increased poverty and social stress. Many small-town museums and libraries have a similar fate, frequently with the added constraint of being untransformed and having no staff or means to shed their apartheid legacies. Beyond these shortcomings in the conception, regulation and implementation of heritage mandates, there is arguably a broader existential condition, a perhaps more pervasive factor leading to heritage neglect and actual obliteration. Now I'm going to talk about the loss of a sense of the past and by extension of the future, drawing on work by Jeff Bailey, an archaeologist who writes about time. Then I'll be focusing on a myopic condition of presentism, which is written about by Richard Reed, and then I'll be talking about a crisis of presence or unlocatedness, which has been discussed by Vince Miller. So to begin with, looking at Jeff Bailey's concept of the durational present, which is evident in landscape palimpsests. And he says one can consider an envelope of time in which the present is depth according to one's perspective. So if one's a historian or an archaeologist or a geologist, one considers time in different kinds of depths, as he puts it. So this idea of an envelope of time. And in the illustration where I've shown this image in aerial view of the area near Berkeley West, where I indicate where diamond diggings have been, where archaeological sites are, where there's an andesite outcrop, geological phenomenon that's 2.5 billion years old. Up in the sky, one looking at astronomical time, and in the middle distance, we've got 2nd century agriculture. So each of those traces in the landscape represents a different depth of time that is exposed in these palimpsests across the landscape. Now, Jeff Bailey lookens at this kind of envelope of the present, envelope of time, is rendered shallow for many people today in an age of rapid digital action, technological replacement, and changing modes of life. And there we have some students who have been engaged in talking about these kinds of sites, and they're often drawn to their cell phones, which are one of the media through which time is compressed into a matter of minutes rather than weeks, years, millennia. So that's, I think, a useful concept that Jeff Bailey has developed with a durational present that we can deepen, which is often contracted by the lifestyles we live today. So a narrowing sense of now, attenuating people's experience of both past and future, may also be impacting their belonging and faith in the community. Even recent past may be coupled through invariably short-term transactions, policies and solutions traded in the here and now, routinely digital in execution. And so, looking back to the relatively recent past of Berkeley West, one becomes aware of the impacts, for instance, of the group Era's forced removals in the 1960s and 70s. And here are some places that no longer exist: Roy-Runt, Harkensteek, Melvis Park, all areas of Berkeley West from which people were forcibly removed. And with the younger generation hardly knowing anything of these relatively recent heritages. And so one can talk about people becoming unlocated from now. And beyond the justification of forced removals, Vincent Miller has suggested that online culture is provoking a crisis of presence in which modern subjects become decidedly unlocated. So digital platforms afford limitless domain generating virtual homelessness and homelessness. Humans less easily make meaningful connections to a location, place. Disembodied social encounters erode face-to-face social responsibility. Compressed forms of communication avoid social interaction and dialogue in the name of efficiency. And then search algorithms reinforce personal viewpoints, eliminating eliminating happenstance and differing opinions that one can encounter in face-to-face engagements and reading and so on. The image there is of one of the sites of forced removal, and there are many of these kinds of choices around Berkeley West that could be the focus of interesting work going into the future. Then the problem of presentism, which Reed has raised, versus a colonial past, about the foreshortening of African history relative to a hegemonic obsession with modernity, results in a certain myopia, short-sightedness about where we are in the present. The longer our earlier history is modernized incidents, the less healthy the body politic will become and the more troubled the society. He refers to historians being increasingly fixated with the tip at the expense of the iceberg. The focus on the last 4 centuries reproduces the colonial past, binding one to a much longer dynamic past. This is something that's been written about by other people such as David Lewis Williams in connection with rock art in South Africa. Tom Ingold has written about it in a different context where he speaks of the terrible compression of time and almost exclusive focus on the present moment. At worst, it reflects Hegel's view of Africa enveloped in the dark mantle of night, a continent with history only by virtue of its recent incorporation into Europe's timeline. At a public meeting in Berkeley West, archaeology was perceived as an obstacle to economic freedom, while there was no evidence that mining antiquity would be of particular economic benefit. Archaeology, with its focus on the past, was seen by some as colonial. But archaeology is also about the present and can speak to current issues. What are the material realities of Berkeley West today? What benefits, in fact, are derived from mining? And I've been interested in the evidence of subsistence at the margins of mining in the Berkeley West area, where one, alongside the road, one finds numbers of these places advertising clip at a clip. These are not clippies, the local sort of nickname for diamonds, but these are byproducts of mining to which locals have access. So these are people who are not deriving benefit from the diamonds that occur in the region, but the scrounging around. In this instance, they're collecting river-rounded stones, which they bag and sell for 20 rands a bag, selling it perhaps 10 times that amount in Gauteng for garden decoration. They also sell these decorative bottled sand souvenirs for tourists and passers-by. And here are some images of how they source the rounded stones at the diamond diggers' spoil heaps. So these are heaps of stone that are left over from the diamond process. All the diamonds have been removed, and all the money probably draining out of the area, and all that is left are these rounded stones from which locals eke out a meager existence. There's a paper by Larry Zimmerman and colleagues who advocates what they refer to as archaeological activism, and they make the point strongly that archaeology is really about the present. Many archaeologists, they assert, fail to understand that archaeology might be valuable beyond their research focus and human interest it provides from perspectives on cultural adaptations over time. They say that denying, ignoring, or discounting the political nature of archaeology presents real danger. it leaves archaeologists with no say or role in the political life of the knowledge we create. And Nick Shepherd in South Africa has commented the most urgent task for post-colonial archaeology lies in re-engaging with society, in part through a willingness to comment on issues and debates of contemporary relevance. One issue might be just how vulnerable mining is as a finite activity, with limited economic impact and high destructive impact on heritage, a resource of potential long-term educational or tourism benefit. The challenge ultimately is to have something to say to the complexity and simplicity of contemporary circumstances. We've done some of this kind of engagement with communities, and here we have some illustrations of talks by archaeologists George Leader and Ina Mfoho at the Borositsi School in Auckland West. And these are opportunities for promoting awareness, raising issues. But much more needs to be done, and one of the challenges is the declining resources, budgets, staff in museums to actually do this vitally important kind of work. And so I'd like to conclude by saying that museums and heritage sites and archaeologists and historians have critical work to perform, perhaps not so much in communicating about deep pasts whose relevance may not be readily apparent, but in giving depth to the present. It's actually a similar way of saying the same thing, but just with a present orientation, integrating the past into our thought and salvaging the world with an ethics of care that is embodied, located, and grounded in place. By countering the homelessness and the loosened grip that people have on the past, they may be assisted. They may be assisted to appreciate not only how the past has brought us to where we are today, but also how a longer future can be envisaged and reflected by our actions in the present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Morris. We appreciate your input. So what we're going to do now is just thinking that maybe if there are any person with burning questions, we will. After this, we'll come and we'll do a round of question and answers. But if there's maybe just any clarity-seeking questions, just your initial reactions, maybe just something that you wanted to clarify, or just a quick remark that you wanted to make, please do so now. You can raise your hand, and then you can ask your question or make your input. If not, we'll return to this after the speak. We'll do it right at the end when all the other speakers have spoken. So I do not see any hands at this point. So in that case, we are then going to move on to the next speaker. And once again, thank you so much for your presentation, Professor Morris. We appreciate it. All right, so our next speaker then is going to be Tinashe Gumbo. And again, my apologies, colleagues, if I'm not going to read bios. I'm sure you would be okay with that. We're going to continue then, and I'm going to call upon you, Tinashe, whose title is Exploring Options in Law for Legal Recognition of the Rights of Nature in South Africa, Lessons from Ecuador, New Zealand, India, and Uganda. Thank you so much, Tinashe. Over to you. Okay, they're going to sort you out. Yes, you can. Can I just give you this? Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just start by putting everything into context. My name is Tinashe Gumbo, and I'm a master's student at UWC. I'm currently doing environmental law. So I'm going to present my topic as it's been read out. I'm not sure if... Okay, all right, thank you. So let me just start by putting my presentation into context with this event. I've lived in the Northern Cape for plus minus 10 years. Currently I'm in Joburg, but my heart is still in the Northern Cape. So when I saw this opportunity, I was very interested to be part of it. Looking at the Northern Cape is a very big province, very vast, and it's got beautiful sites, your Namakwa Land, Ograbis Falls, all those places. So looking at conservation and preservation, it's very important that the future generations also get to experience what we're experiencing in the Northern Cape. I would love for my grandkids, my great-grandchildren, to also enjoy the Namakwa Land, to enjoy Ograbis Falls. So I'm going to be talking about conservation and preservation. And the main reason why we need to conserve the Northern Cape is because it's actually the largest province in South Africa, but the least populated. So that actually makes sense if we can conserve what we have, so that at some point everyone can enjoy what we have in the Northern Cape. So I'm going to start with the background of my study. Human-induced activities such as pollution, burning fossil fuels, and deforestation, among others, have been blamed for the current global environmental crisis. I'm sure we all understand that we are actually in an environmental crisis. There's a lot of global warming. Even the recent floods that have struck Durban, it's actually a cause for concern, especially for environmentalists. You can see that there is a problem, and it's important to try and avoid catastrophe. So the recognition of the rights of nature it could be one of the solutions that we can actually implement. Many countries across the world, including Ecuador, New Zealand, India, and Uganda, have embraced and codified the rights of nature as a tool that emphasizes a more harmonious relationship between humans, nature, and therefore deserving recognition and protection. Ecuador constitutionalized the rights of nature. They have it entrenched in their constitution. And then New Zealand came up with legislation that focuses on protecting different aspects of nature, in this case rivers, rather than protecting nature as a whole. India also relies on the judiciary to protect the rights of nature through litigation. Okay. All right. Okay. India, it relies on the judiciary to protect the rights of nature through litigation. And we also have one country in Africa that actually recognizes the rights of nature, which is Uganda. And it actually demonstrates the prospects of having South Africa to also recognize the rights of nature. So unfortunately, as a country, the position is still unclear. But we do have a white paper that has been drafted in 2022 that focuses on conservation and sustainable use of South Africa's biodiversity. And it aims to actually recognize the intrinsic value of nature, in addition to jurisprudence recognizing this right. Then my study is going to explore the legal options for South Africa to recognize the rights of nature. It also argues that such recognition would actually help supplement and strengthen the constitutional protection of the environment. I will look at the experiences of Ecuador, New Zealand, India, and Uganda. But of course, there are several more countries that actually recognize the rights of nature. Now I'm going to move right along to define what is the rights of nature. Rights of nature can be defined as the ecological governance that both provides and prioritizes nature's right to flourish. It also provides for various subsidiary rights, such as the right to restoration, the right to its natural processes, and the right to the ecosystem functioning without interference. The rights of nature movement is premised on the need to grant rights to and protect natural components, just like humans. It is the recognition that our ecosystems, including trees, oceans, animals, and mountains, have rights, just like human beings. The rights of nature expands the class of legal or juristic persons to include all members of the earth community. It also balances what is good for humans against what is good for other species and ultimately what is good for the planet. It is the holistic recognition that all life, all ecosystems on our planet are deeply intertwined. And it also imposes duties in human beings to seek to live harmoniously within the earth community and establishes enforcement mechanisms. Then the history of the rights of nature, you might be asking yourself, where did this come from? Historically, the rights of nature dates back to 1949, when Aldo Leopold echoed his sentiments in his book, A Sandy County Almanac and Sketches Here and There, where he wrote, conservation contributes to the sustainable enjoyment of natural resources for both the current and future generations. Two, Christopher Stone also published a book, Should Trees Have Standing, for natural objects, further highlighted the importance of the rights of nature. It advocates the need to afford legal standing to natural ecosystems, protecting them from severe exploitation. It is also important mentioning that the rights of nature has been growing. It's a growing global trend. As of 2021, that's 2 years ago, it has been reported that at least 178 legal provisions acknowledged the rights of nature in 17 countries, that's spanning 5 continents. This right is being recognized in at least 12 countries. I did give those examples. And the rights of nature were propelled onto the international stage in 2008, that is in September, when the referendum in Ecuador approved a new constitution that committed both states and citizens of Ecuador to achieving well-being for all by living in harmony with nature. So, as I mentioned earlier, Ecuador is the first country that actually constitutionalized the rights of nature. It's got a provision in the Constitution, which is Article 71, which reads as follows. Nature, or Pachamama, where life is reproduced and occurs, has the right to integral respect for its existence and for maintenance of its life cycles, structure, functions, and evolutionary processes. All persons, communities, people, and nations can call upon public authorities to enforce the rights of nature. And they actually have a case, the first successful rights of nature case, which is R.F. Wheeler and E.G. Huddle versus Attorney General of the State of Loja. In this case, it involved the building of a highway, and apparently the process of coming up with that highway actually affected a certain river, which is the Vilcabamba River. And in this case, the court actually found that the river's constitutional rights were violated and ordered the government to carry out restoration activities. So that's the list of the countries that actually recognize the rights of nature. And for this study, I focused only on Ecuador, New Zealand, India, and Uganda. New Zealand's experience is also very important because their legal system is the same with the South African one. Unlike Ecuador, New Zealand has taken a more enforceable and direct approach to the rights of nature by explicitly granting legal personhood to 3 environmental features. So unlike granting the rights of nature overally, they actually specifically came with legislation for the things that they wanted to protect. In this case, it was the Te Urewera National Park, the Wanganui River, and the Mount Taranaki. The recognition of the rights of nature in India is a synthesis between Ecuador and New Zealand, as it addresses the function of the glacier ecosystem in its local and global dimensions. This glacier relates to worldwide problems like global warming, so you see how important it is for them to actually give rights to those glaciers because they don't only affect India but the whole world. So Then like New Zealand, India focused on recognizing individual environmental features as legal subjects. Then the next country that I'll talk about is Uganda, which is the first country in Africa to give recognition to the rights of nature. This recognition was triggered by the Western Uganda, in Western Uganda by the indigenous Bagungu community, traditional leaders, and the Bulisa District Council, who intended to protect their sacred natural sites, and recognize the customary laws of the Bagungu people. So after the local community raised the issue of protection of their sacred area, in March 2019, the government of Uganda amended their National Environmental Act. Article 4.1 of this act provides that the right to exist, persist, maintain, and regenerate its vital signs, structure, functions, and its processes in evolution. Then now towards the legal recognition of the rights of nature in South Africa. Okay, while all this is taking place globally, South Africa's position is not clearly defined. As highlighted earlier, different approaches to the recognition of the rights of nature have been followed in Ecuador, New Zealand, India, and Uganda. So there's need for a tailor-made approach for South Africa. What is it that is going to work best for South Africa? Now, if we look at the act, the white paper that has been the 2022 Conservation and Sustainable Use of South Africa, it recognizes, among other things, the intrinsic value of nature. And the vision of this white paper is a prosperous nation living in harmony with nature, where biodiversity is conserved for present and future generations, and secures equitable livelihoods and improve human well-being. So this white paper actually encourages living in harmony with nature, and it also encourages conservation and preservation, which means that it actually lays a foundation for the possibility of recognizing the rights of nature in South Africa. South Africa is also part of several international instruments that protect and conserve the environment and its components. These include the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, and lastly the Convention on the International Trade of Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. The country also has legislation that protects animal rights. We do have the Animal Protection Act. We also have the Performing Animals Protection Act and the National Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, the NSPCA. So with the country being a part of several international instruments aiming to protect the environment, and also having our own legislation that protects animal rights, it actually compels prospects of shifting towards the recognition of the rights of nature. Also, questions of the recognition of the rights of nature have surfaced in a number of jurisprudences that have dealt with the issue, but inexplicitly. This includes the National Council of Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, that was versus the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Director General, Department of Environmental Affairs, and South African Predators Association. There is also S versus Lemtochai and National Council of Societies for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals versus Open Shore. So in these cases, the courts have demonstrated that there is a certain correlation between humans, nature, and how recognition of the rights of nature could actually further supplement their protection. Just like anything else that can be, when you're trying to implement something, there are usually some challenges or some problems. So the rights of nature also has challenges. The first one being resistance from some governments. This was experienced in Ecuador. There's been resistance from the government to actually fully implement the rights of nature, because I'm sure it's being torn in between development and actually conservation. And it becomes problematic because the citizens, they need to see development, they need to enjoy their natural resources, but at the same time, those natural resources have to be protected. So there's resistance from governments, which is the main challenge. And there's also the issue of conflicting rights, the one that I've just spoken about, development or economic empowerment versus conservation, where the recognition of the rights of nature falls. Then more challenges could also stem from giving rights to rivers in maybe transboundary rivers. If a river is flowing through South Africa, then it goes to Zambia, and we've got the Zambezi River. It's in between several countries. So if one country is going to recognize the rights of nature and the other country doesn't, it actually means the whole place where that river is going to flow is going to be affected, even if in our country we say we recognize the rights of nature. So they need to be recognized maybe globally for it to be more effective. Then the other challenge would be also when it comes to rivers, for the rights to be effective, they need to have to be given force and effect. And to enforce these legal rights of a river, several practical factors must also be considered. These include an individual or an organization that is going to be appointed to act on the river's behalf. And also there is need for resources, that would be your time, money, and expertise, to ensure that respect and protection of the river's rights actually happens. So to try and curb these challenges of implementing the rights of nature in South Africa, the country has got the following options. The first one, that's constitutionalization, just like what happened in Ecuador. But looking at constitutionalization, it's actually a process. The constitution cannot be changed overnight. It's a process that will take time. Then the next option that we also have is to rely on the judiciary to actually read in nature rights in judgments, just like what happened in India and New Zealand. There is also another option, which is amending existing laws to accommodate the rights of nature, just like what Uganda did, or to have specific legislation in place for specific natural features like rivers, mountains, and natural reserves. Then the last option, one would note that is the most feasible, since we already have a white paper on the protection of biodiversity. So for more information on the rights of nature, there's a documentary that I watched, which actually inspired me to research on this. You can get it on that link. And then that is the end of it. Thank you so much. Any comments, criticisms, they are welcome.
Yeah, so we are going to open the floor then to any questions. If we have any questions or input. If nobody, maybe I had one for you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And maybe it's to touch on your the second part of what you were just saying, and I wanted to find out from you what you think would be the best way. So you mentioned, so your last option, it seems to be the most feasible, but is there any other options? I almost want to say, kind of going beyond law, to not only kind of legalize natural justice, but also, I almost want to say, propel it into the mainstream, so that we take it seriously. It's not just something that kind of elites talk about, or it's not just something that happens at conferences and colloquia, but it's actually something that happens in everyday discourse.
Okay, I think there are actually several more options, of which one of them I would say it's holding environmental awareness campaigns, just to conscientize people on what's the best way that we can do to actually preserve and conserve what we have. Mm-hmm. So that can be the starting point, and I'm actually interested to do that. And my starting point, I was looking at schools. Yeah. I was going to start with those campaigns in schools, just to make them aware of the things that we have and why we need to preserve them. Not only conserve them for our benefit, but just to allow nature to flourish. Just like a baby, you don't take care of a baby because of the joy that they bring, or that you've got extra hands in the house, but because the baby has rights. So just like that, nature also has to have rights. Not because we need to benefit from it, but just to allow it to flourish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have 3 more hands. So we're going to start on this side and then we'll work around to you. So can I request that we please just introduce ourselves, maybe just the first name, and then you can go with your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Janine. I would just like to find out whether you have looked at any examples in the countries that you cited who have implemented legislation to protect nature. How have they dealt with issues around corruption and collusion with business? Because as David Morris's presentation highlighted, in terms of heritage sites and protecting the interests of big business over the natural environment, what have you come across in your research in the countries that have implemented those rights?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. What I've noticed with the countries that I've worked on, the first one is Ecuador. That's where the most challenge was, because it was actually the same president who actually allowed it to be constitutionalized. But at the same time, he also had some interest that he needed to protect so that the country can also develop. So there are some cases that have been won, where nature won, but there are also some cases that it has lost because of the business interests. And also considering that in Africa, we are still a developing continent. So it's actually a bit of a challenge when you try to balance, because we still need to catch up with the first world. But at the same time, we also need to conserve the little that we have. So it's still a bit of a challenge, but I'm hoping that it will get better with time. Thank you.
Good morning all, Manfred. I'd like to make 2 statements and then I'll pose the question. The first statement is that we know underpin all life on Earth, and it's a non-negotiable. That's the first statement. The second statement I want to make is with regards to the Northern Cape. Now I've worked there and I've heard 2 sayings about the Northern Cape. Number one, and I'll say it in Afrikaans, I'll translate it. As jy die sand in jou voete voel, sal jy nie weer weggaan van die plekkie. The second thing is, en as jy die water gedrink het, you will not leave. If you feel the sand in your feet, you will not leave the Northern Cape, and if you drink the water, it's the same thing. You will not, it will stay with you forever. Those are the 2 statements. My question, the rights to nature as a law, would it be appropriate, this being a Northern Cape colloquium, trying to change the constitution of the country, would there be a possibility of getting the Northern Cape to take the lead on this? So the rights of nature for the Northern Cape, and them being the, trendsetter is not the right word, first to take that step. Is that possible?
Thank you so much. I think it's very much possible, because we do have some heritage sites. I'm sure we can start with those. Just having provincial legislation that actually protects those sites, so that we're not the only ones who benefit. You can have legislation that protects the Namakwa land, for instance. You can have legislation protecting the Okhrabis foes. You can have legislation protecting environmental, very much, because I enjoyed my stay in the Northern nations to enjoy. So
is it me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm sorry I missed part of your presentation. I had to just quickly. So the thing that struck me was that we have a country like Uganda, which recognizes the rights of nature, but doesn't recognize the rights of its own citizens. To be homosexual, to be whatever, and so forth. It's essentially a dictatorship. So I would firstly want to be example, because there's legal complexities as well. The second point is that in at least two of the cases, Ecuador and New Zealand. You have these rights in a kind of Western legal framework, but essential to recognition of rights in entity. So a lot of these places is not new, and therefore I don't agree with the idea that we should catch up with. It's exactly what we should. We should go towards the Western capitalist system, back to the indigenous, see what their cosmopolitics are. How do they view the environment, or rights of nature, and so on. The final point is, I teach anthropology about the rights of water, and then I ask the students, do you think that water should be treated like a juristic person? And treat water in the same way we treat humans is to actually take something away from water. Water should be treated as something that has existential a kind of ontological right to exist. It doesn't need to be framed through human right. It is much right to exist as humans. Therefore, my students prefer to separate. Right? Yeah, just comments basically, not really.
Thank you. That's a very interesting point that you raised there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you very much. Is absolutely essential and absolutely wonderful. Thank you. However, I'm from the Northern Cape and I'm experiencing ecological disaster in the happening, which is the poaching of our species. And it's not just plants, it's insects, reptiles, but it's a cascade. It's not just a little thing happening, it's a major problem that the Northern Cape has to sort out. The police are not able to do it. There are not enough of them. The Northern Cape has to take ownership of what they're doing to their own species. Just today there was a news item where someone was caught, 2 men were arrested with 4,500 plants, all in bags. Those bags of plants, what is going to happen to them? There's no one's going to go and replant them in the wild. They're going to rot. Those plants are just going to sit in those bags and die. So we all have to look after our own natural heritage here because it's dying. Thank you.
True. Thank you so much for highlighting that.
Would you like to respond to? You've
like
noted that. Oh, okay.
Started more like a comment. Yeah, so I'm okay.
Okay, we do still have some time, so I just wanted to, because I think we've opened a can of worms. Okay, I'm coming to you with that, because I think there seems to be this over-reliance on law. Sometimes when socio-political issues are not dealt with effectively, then we kind of, let's put a law, and through law it's, we can then enforce it. But what's coming out from the room seems there is a need that we kind of need to go beyond the legalistic approach or over-reliance on law, because, law in itself is limited, right? And so it just seems that it's an interesting theme that's emerging, and it's definitely something that I think we need to take seriously, even for us as we continue to reflect on the life, the social realities of the Northern Cape, as a particular geographic location and space. So I think there's just something rich that's coming out of this, and maybe it would be good to reflect on that as well. Yeah. Okay. And now the last question in this round. What did you? Oh, there you are. Yeah, you can do it in Afrikaans. Dan kan ek dit vertaal.
Ek is Enmarie. My vraag wat ek wil vra is, ek het verstaan dat jy gesê het dat daar gaan 'n persoon of organisasies gaan dan act namens sê nou 'n rivier om hierdie wet te implementeer of is dit die woord?
Ja. So can you pause pause?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to translate. So she's saying that there appears to, so based on what you are saying, an organization will be going out, as an example, to a river that will be representing or speaking on behalf of the river. That's just an example. Yeah?
My vraag is, wie sal daardie mense wees wat dan namens die rivier act om daardie regte van daardie rivier of wat vir enige natuurbron. Want as ons kyk na die cannabis industrie.
Yeah, so who then will be those people? So how will they be selected? How will they be identified? What will that process look like? And then she's going on to the example of cannabis.
As ons kyk na die cannabis industrie, die oorsprong daarvan en die mense wat die oorspronklike kwekers en gebruikers was van die cannabis, hulle was opgesluit want dit was mos nou onwettig gewees voorheen. En toe studies en goeders uitkom dat geneesmiddel is en al daardie goeders wat hierdie oorspronklike mense reeds al geweet het due to indigenous knowledge. En die bil is toe gepas dat dit is nou wettig en daar is jy weet finansiële goeders wat ook daar gepaard gaan. Toe was hierdie oorspronklike mense wat die kennis reeds het en dra en reeds hierdie kan jy sê plante reeds geplant het en geharvest het, was nie eers in die versuur toe daar jy weet goed uitgegooi word dat ons kan nou cannabis plase het nie.
Okay, so in using the example of cannabis, and especially that it's been, again, and there is still some debate about whether it's actually legal. We know there was a judgment that said it will be legal for personal usage, but again, we know it's not just this open thing, but there does seem to be some support, at least from government, and in some kind of, there seems to be some legislation and support from government to legalize, whereby you've seen government, even the president mentions, using cannabis as this kind of source. So just go back to coming back to her question, and she's asking, so if we look at how that's happened, how this whole process of almost legalizing cannabis, it seems that the people the indigenous people who's been using the plant in their knowledge of the plant, they've been using it for various purposes, etc. So when this process started, where I almost want to say these people are, no, I would imagine it's pharmaceutical
contribution. I think when it comes to the rights of the indigenous people, because these are sacred places, remember, that needs to be protected and conserved. So it starts from them. There is a case that I read whereby they had to come up with a committee that actually looks at these different areas, and they actually go and monitor and check, and then they would come back and report back. So whatever problem that is there, they will be the mouthpiece of that river. If they notice that there's pollution that is happening, it will start from them, and then they'll take it to the environmentalists, and then there'll be so much noise about it until something is done. So I'm sure that's the same thing that can also be implemented here. I understand with the issue of cannabis that things did not actually work out the way they have to be. The indigenous people were left somewhere they were thrown under the bus, and somebody else moved on with so I just hope with this particular one, the indigenous people still have to have ownership. And I've noticed that in most of these cases, from Ecuador and New Zealand, it's actually the indigenous people who actually started with this by recognizing some areas that are sacred and they needed them to be protected. Then they brought the government into the picture to actually implement. That's now how the rights of nature, just to formalize and have everything in black and white. Because remember, with indigenous people, it's all about your oral tradition. And so, yeah, I hope I did answer you.
One final comment, and then thank you so much, Inase. One final comment.
Okay, so I was just discussing with my friend over here that I think the thing that is playing a big part in all of this is that ownership of the land, indigenous lands, that is a major thing that prevents because indigenous people inherently do want to protect their holy spaces, their land, and the ownership issue. That is where the problem is.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Tinashe, for that exciting input and your responses as well. Extremely useful. And let's give him a nice round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, next. There's my laptop. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the following speaker, Dr. Maria Bladegroen, who will be talking, whose paper is entitled Remembering the Forgotten World, a presentation based on the work of Martin Lachesek. Over to you, Dr. Bladegroen.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. You good?
Ja,
die PowerPoint is daarop. What the actual printed notes.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for them to set me up, I think I'll start immediately. And good morning, William. We're kind of family. And good morning to my real dance friends over there. Good to see all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, I want to share with you this morning a story that transcends time, uniting elements of history, justice, and the enduring spirit of a community. The story I'm about to share, in which we explore the untold story of Abraham and Elizabeth September, is not only a testament to the resilience of a marginalized group, but also an emotional reminder of the importance of land, culture, and the pursuit of justice. Allow me to give credit to Martin Lachesek, a tireless advocate for justice. His unwavering commitment and empathetic understanding of the historical injustices faced by the bastard community made him an instrumental figure in this unfolding narrative. And in the words of a colleague of his, Alex Lichtenstein, Martin placed his forensic research skills at the service of dispossessed people in the Northern Cape, who sought to reclaim land stolen from them by apartheid and colonialism. And since I'm Afrikaans speaking, you will hear sometimes I fall and stumble over words, but that's okay, I suppose. Next slide, please, colleagues. So due to time constraints, I will not present an exhaustive examination of the intricate historical tapestry of South African history and its enduring impact on our lives to this day, nor will I of the evolution of the bastard community. Likewise, I will not delve into the Gordonia settlements, which are and were frequently marginalized as arid and unimpressive, yet holding profound importance for the bastard community. However, it is important for me to note history before the one that I'm going to present to you, and understanding the perspectives of the, for instance, the Khoi people, is challenging because of the lack of recordings of their oral tradition. Also, their culture was completely eroded by around 1815, and that was more or less the time that Abraham September was also born. So this decline was exacerbated by the increasing influence of missionaries and British governance, which essentially marked the closure of the frontier. And for those of you who haven't read this book yet, I encourage you to do so. It's written by Pippa Scottness, and it will give you a beautiful insight into the lives of the people before 1652. The story that I'm sharing with you, the story of Abram and Elizabeth September, is located in the 19th century. And you can see it is full of battles and history. Abram and Elizabeth's story emerged when we saw the rise and fall of the Dutch and British colonial powers and the expansion of European settlers into the interior. The land's indigenous peoples, including the Bastok and the legacy, are intertwined with a piece of land that would become the focal point of an enduring battle for justice. Abram was born in Calvinia, more or less before 1818, they think 1815. There's no recollection of his father's name. His mother was Mikey van Wyk. He was an ex-slave. He was not a buster, but he became a member of the buster community. And significantly is that he was the first person to lead water from the Orange River to irrigation. Elizabeth, on the other hand, her parents were Abraham and Lena Goeieman, and that's about all we know about Elizabeth. However, Elizabeth resembles the plight of females and children up to the New South Africa and still ongoing. Okay, so when we look, thank you, colleagues, technology. So Abram and he had 3 boys and 3 girls. It's interesting to note that it was a male, 2 female, a male, 2 female, a male. Quite consistent. And my own connection with the September family is in Abram Simon Petrus. His great-grandson adopted me at the age of 7. I want to show you quickly what the area looked like when the farms were allocated to the bastard communities. Abram wrote a letter to John Scott, round about 1882, where he requested to stay north of the Orange River in the government-approved settlements for bastards, which were called Corona Land, of Corona Land. Now, that is also a history that should have been addressed here. But allow me the space to park the Corona Land history. I hope someone else will touch on it at some point. Because, remember I said, this was actually Corona Land. So where are the Coronas? Anyhow, these settlements were given to the bastards for 2 reasons. 1, to defend the frontier at that stage, and 2, to act as a buffer for the Cape Colony to prevent attacks from the inner land. Now that's already grossly inhumane. Also, the land was seen as barren, useless. Let's give it to the people. You can do nothing there. The red part shows you where the farm of Abraham September was, and he named his farm UAP, UAP, or OWAP. The correct one, I don't know. You will see by more or less 1989 how many white people move into that area that was once a barren land. And we will get back to that, why that happened. And by 1920, you can see most of the buses were displaced and it was taken over by the whites. Three family members remain. It was the Jansens, the Loxtons, and the third surname, I can't remember immediately. One can ask yourself, how did this happen? How did by 1920 the Buster people found themselves being dispossessed of their land, economically exploited, with limited economic opportunities, socially marginalized, and at a loss of their cultural identity? So let's look at the life of Abraham Holbor's September. The Holbor's was because he had a hollow chest. What was that? What did you say? Yes. Now, I don't know how hollow this chest was, or maybe it was just in, I don't know. But, colleagues and friends, by 1896, Abram saw a typical behavior happening around him. Alcohol abuse, alcohol being introduced to the busters, people being put in debt, and trickery, lies, and in that way more and more people started to lose their land because now they owe the white man. Abraham September was, like I said earlier, he was the first person who irrigated his farm from the Orange River. Two attorneys, Schroeder and van Vollenhoven, I stand corrected, they saw the advantage of this. And they started the canal in Uppington. So by 1885, that canal was in full use. So this once barren land now holds so much promise. They also took the credit for that, telling on paper that it was their idea to irrigate and develop the canal, while Abraham Holborn September was the first one to introduce irrigation. So since Abram saw this demise happening around him, he set up a joint will. In 5 October 1896, his joint will stated that the survivor was to remain in full and undisturbed possession of all the first dying's property. And upon the death of the survivor, the farm must be shared between the three sons. And the three sons, after a year, must pay the girls out. What does that tell you? There was something happening on that farm, where he, as Abraham, saw that if his sons continue with the farming, they will have enough money to pay the girls out. He had another farm, plot 38, which was in the now Uppington area. That one just disappeared. No recollection of what happened to that farm. So, 2 years after he set up his will, Abram died. But somehow by 1907, his farm was sold to a white, in contravention with what his will said. So, if this farm was sold by 1907, we can argue that Elizabeth must be dead, and all the children must be dead too, hence the sale of the farm. But no, that's not what happened. According to the records, Elizabeth died after 1907, after the farm was sold, and the children was evicted from the farm in 1920. So why, between the period of 1907 when the farm was sold and 1920, the children were evicted, what happened during that time? It means that they were still staying on the farm. But why? How does that happen? So if we look at a timeline, we see that maybe they would have lost the farm earlier, but it was prevented during the South African War that happened, just shortly after Abraham died. But in January of 1907, Elizabeth was coerced to give the farm to her 3 sons out of love. She didn't receive a single cent for the farm because she did it out of love and affection for her son. And interestingly enough, Thorn and van Copenhagen, they were witnesses of this document, this contract where Elizabeth handed over the farm to her sons. And Magistrate Jackson was part of that process. And soon the farm were referred to the sons. The daughters received money from their brothers. So the daughters were paid out. And the article of legacy does not indicate where that money comes from. But we can wonder, were they given the money to get rid of the girls in the process? 2 of the girls, however, received the money, and the 3rd one did not receive the money because she was apparently out of town. Yet she appeared shortly after to ask for her money, which she was paid into the master's office, but they told her, there's no money for you. However, it came out at a later stage that this Thorn, who was a witness, was renting the farm for 5 years. He had an agreement with Elizabeth to rent the farm. However, he didn't pay a single cent because according to them, the boys owed him money. So that was his way of getting the money back. Remember, colleagues, January, the farm was transferred to the sons, and by August of that year, the sons sold the farm to Thorn. By September, the farm was transferred to Thorn. And by 1911, W. Thorn sold the farm to Holmes, and Holmes sold the farm to the Van der Walts and the Beckers 9 years later, and at that same time, the family was evicted. One of the documents that was retrieved stated that the widow Elizabeth September still resides on the farm in the enjoyment of her life interest under the will. So, this will was used and abused to whoever's interests were to be served. I just want to read you, because I can't see that clearly. So, Elizabeth still resides on the farm in the enjoyment of her life interest under the will, much to the annoyance of the registered owner, whose efforts to improve the farm are hampered by the presence of a crowd of relatives and loafers who have collected around the old woman. But Klein Abraham, as they referred to him, of which I'm directly related, he took up a fight against the disposition of his father's land. So from 1907, he was struggling to find the will, to see what's standing in there. How is the things happening around them? And he claimed that his signature, where he indicated that he approves the selling of the farm, was forged. He never approved that, he said. So the September family from 1907 until 2023 was involved in a battle to get their land back. Their pursuit of justice, unwavering determination, evolving nature of their protests over the years, the growth of their self-confidence, and their assertion of rights, the resilience of the family and their legal teams as they navigate these complex legal procedures, and the tactics employed by adversaries seeking to dwarf their efforts. And I remember clearly how the lawyers in the Uppington region fought against this. Ongoing legal battles, celebration of small triumphs, confrontation of deeply rooted prejudices inherited from the colonial past, facing historical legacies of racism, discrimination, and land dispossession as it continues to influence the legal system and societal attitudes. And then, colleagues, the most important thing, that interplay between official records and oral tradition, because data collected by legacy, which pushed this thing over, to the advantage of the September communities. So today, 6th of October 2023, which means it was past Saturday, 205 years after his birth, 127 years after he drafted his will, 125 years after his death, I received exactly 15,000 rand as compensation for the disposition of the farm Nood-Kaap. So as a family, as we sat there and we spoke through all of this, and that moment of joy and devastation, so many years, a farm the size of half an hour's ride north and 2.5 hours ride to the inner land, that size of a farm, irrigated by the Orange River, is forever lost. And I thought of the song sang by the Jewish, by the rivers of Babylon. Here's my version of it. By the Orange River's gentle flow, a family wept as one in the shadow of their sorrow. A tale of trials begun. They sat beside its waters, where memories of Zion lie. Their harps upon the willows hung, beneath the grieving sky. In lands far from the homeland, by captors held in thrall, their captors sought a song of joy. Their hearts so cruelly cold, sing us the songs of mirth, they said, a painful demand to bear. While hearts were heavy, burdened by the weight of despair, generations passed us by, and as we yearn for our lost land, the land once called Zion, where dreams had freely roamed, yet still we clung to Abram's will, a testament so clear in the face of injustice's tide, our strength would persevere. An era has passed, but not a hope. It burns with steadfast light, though we may never reach our Zion shore, in the day or in the night. Injustices of the past may never find a just amend, but our resilience and our love through time will never end. Remembering the forgotten will of Abram and Elizabeth September. History is more than a collection of facts. It is a living tapestry of human experience, aspirations, and the pursuit of justice. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Baie dankie. I don't quite know where to start or how to even to start, but maybe just to start by saying I think your experience is evidently felt, and I think that's why when we talk about the legacies of dispossession, when in fact it's our theme this year is aptly titled Ruptures and Legacies. And so, this legacy of dispossession, as you have reflected on it, is evidently felt. And this is just it, though, that it's not this distant story that is out there. it's real. We feel it. And so I just want to thank you and acknowledge you for sharing with us and being vulnerable, because it can be extremely vulnerable when we share such deep and personal stories. But maybe just to echo, maybe just to this banal 15,900 rand, which is, so from my mother's side, we had a similar case of where land was taken, and it was very weird because my mother had then passed on, and it's the land that you are talking about was huge, and it was in the Hantam region. And there were 5 siblings left, and so they arrived at this weird amount, and I'm actually shocked based on what you are saying now, because we got, so it was, the amount was more, but each sibling got the same 15,900 rand. So I'm not sure how it is they work this out. But it just seems so banal, because the sadness that you think when we got the money, because my mother had passed away, and I almost felt that, like you said, the devastation, you were both excited because, finally, they acknowledge, there's this acknowledgement that this is ours, right? Somebody's acknowledging this, that wrong was done. But I think what is even worse is the opposite. So you telling me, you acknowledge that harm was done, yet you would put this figure, this banal figure. And yeah, man.
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, I must also mention that initially I think it was 2.3 million rand that was allocated. And then there was, of course, talk again about the emotional harm, the damage, something that can never be repaired, that generations will live with. So the amount was then up to 10 million. Now, and that is why we say history lives on. So now, one of you must take up from Legacy's work and go and investigate. How did they allocate these monies? What happened behind closed doors that we are not aware of? Does this trickery continue even now in this democratic society? A lot to think about.
All right, so I'm going to open up the floor, maybe for us to continue reflecting on this very sensitive, and I ask that we be open to share whatever it is that comes to your heart. So if there's anybody that would like to share, anybody that would like to make a remark, anybody? Yes.
So the money is allocated for all land claims. There was a pot of money, and in order to expedite claims, the then DLA just decided on not arbitrary, but they decided on set amounts per claimant, set amounts per rural and urban were divided differently. So urban claims got X amount, rural claims got the 15,000 and so on. So it was just to expedite it. It was a quick way to get a lot of these claims settled, and without returning land, because that was the big trick. So you offer the claimants land money, and then they don't have to buy back the land and do all, because in order to return, it's a really complex process, and DLA was so yeah, it was.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. If that doesn't touch a person's heart, then I don't know. So my question is, in Uppington, or Scrooder Street, and there's a Farm Street as well. So these are the people in the story, been in Uppington today as we speak. Abraham Holbo's September, in my eyes, is a...
Yes.
Hy het vorentoe gekyk. And I want to put it out there that possibly we think about renaming main road in Appington, Scrooge Street, to memorialize the legacy of Abraham Holboson. Not a road in Rosedale or Morning Glory, suburbs of Uppington. No, 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 no. We want the road, the main road. I think that that can play a small part in restorative justice in terms of what has happened here. Thank you.
That sounds excellent. Thank you for that recommendation. I must tell you, a lot of my family members are. So, something to pick up.
Okay. So we have one. Just indicate if you would like to say something, then I know. So we have 1, 2. Okay. Here we go. Maybe just introduce yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Ricardo Butterfontein, and when we said with the situation which the government didn't even want to look at. In Butterfontein, we don't even have land to build houses because all the land belongs to the whites, and the land was, and our people was also removed from the land. In other towns, we said with a situation in a small town, Leperfontein, near us, where people also get money for land claims. My problem is with this, and I was asking these people, do you know what you sacrifice when you take that 60,000 rand of the land? You sit with on land that is near the ocean. In the Northern Cape, people sit with land with the government give them these 60,000 rand, 50,000 rand, and all the benefits is forever gone. The economical benefits of these lands are an issue of poaching. Most of the people and the poor people, they don't have land to do anything on it. They're unemployed, and these things will happen, and it will become very difficult to address it if we don't address issues. We don't even have to plant crops while life is becoming more and more expensive. So if we are not going to address those issues, and if we are not going to handle land claims with utmost care and utmost sensitivity, and money must never become the drive to get rid of these issues, because they drag it, because the people are hungry, they will later took the money. Yeah. And when you took the money, you will be happy for a short time, but forever, everything that comes with that land, all the prosperity that might come with that land, are forever gone to the poor and the indigenous people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Arias Bailey from the Griqua community in Douglas, that region. Thank you, Dr. Moira, for sharing your personal story with us, and I think your story resonates with a lot of us. Ek gaan 'n bietjie Afrikaans ook praat. Dit is verskriklik emosioneel as jy veral in die Nood-Kaap berei and you have communication with your especially our elderly folk. It is so emotional. And ek was nou die dag in California by die vleisfees. En ons het daar gesien, and again we realized that the government of the Northern Cape is to blame for what is happening in the Northern Cape. Ek het voorheen gewerk vir die regering, and I want to say there, the government has failed us, especially the indigenous communities. Ek sal nooit iemand andere om geld te vat nie, because I've worked with land, state land. Land has more value than money. Hulle moet vir jou net 'n ander plaas of iets gee. They have, the government has enough land. However, we sit corruption, especially amongst the staff. Hulle word verskriklik maklik omgekoop. Very easy. En ons sal verbaas wees wie koop die mense om. Goes back to presentation about conservation and the rights of nature, where a facility was supposed to be protected by a local government, but they failed the facility, or especially the heritage around that, and its government is to blame. En ek wil sê hier so dat vir ons om vorentoe te gaan, mense, we need to get rid of this government. Sorry to say this. We will not get what we need. If we want to redress in imbalance, then we can't continue with the same person that's reluctant and redress. So what I would like to propose, past indigenous communities that start to address all these things and with the world that we deal politically.
That is all. And they said they don't know Vredendal, they don't know Vredendal Noord. It's a violent place in their mind and in their view and in their experiences, and they don't want to go and stay there. It's still happening. What are we doing about it? Not just in the Northern Cape, in the whole of South Africa. History is not done yet.
Thank you. Well, again, thank you so much, Dr. Bladdergroen. Can we give and let's acknowledge Dr. Bladdergroen. Baie dankie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Well, on that note, maybe let me just say there's been so much food for thought, so much that we have to go and reflect on. And so as we prepare ourselves for a short adjournment, I ask that we continue these conversations. I ask that we continue sharing ideas, our reflections, our experiences, because that's ultimately what this colloquium is all about. It is to, I almost want to say, you kind of move beyond the intellectualization of pain and injustice, but really to have frank and honest dialogue about how it affects us, because it does. All right. So, good people, on that note, I'm just going to ask our good colleague Catherine if you are, I know she is here. So, there is coming, she's behind me. So, Catherine is just going, guiding us on where to go to, but just an announcement for those of you who do not know, ablution facilities. As you go outside of this door, if you turn right, you'll see a green door. green door, if you turn left, you will see there are both male and female bathrooms. Okay, so that's the ablution facilities. And so Catherine is behind me. She will be leading us. So it's just around the corner downstairs as we came up. And then I have one announcement. If I can ask that all presenters who are present to just remain behind quickly. We just wanted to share, to just give you your name tags and your bags. Okay, thank you so much. Good people, we will be back at past. It is now 12 minutes past. Can we please be back at 11:30? Thank you so much, good people. we do this? Just check the projector. I mean the slide.
It's quite an intimidating long thing.
It's clear that the conversations are flowing, and I'm very happy to hear and see that. So we are going to start with the second half of our presentations. We will be having 4 presentations in different formats, and I'm quite excited about this the section of the day. And I just wanted to remind colleagues that we have 15 minutes for our presentations, followed by some question and answers. So our first speaker this afternoon will be Manfred Spoctor, and Professor Spoctor is an associate professor in the Department of Geography at Stellenbosch University, and his title is Kimberley, the diamond city has that. Oh no, let me rephrase that again. So Kimberley, the diamond city has lost its sparkle. Bye, dankie.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well so far. It's been a very interesting discussion thus far with the different presentations. My name is Manfred Spoctor, and as on the slide you can see, I'm with the Department of Geography at Stellenbosch. And the title of my presentation is Kimberley, the diamond city has lost its sparkle. Why it's important here is there's a question mark. I'm not making a statement, I'm asking a question. Has the diamond city lost its sparkle? Before I start, I just want to say that yesterday at the gala dinner, a number of speakers were recounting how they had connections with the Northern Cape. So please allow me just to share this out of interest. There were a couple in the late 1800s, 1880, with the surname Spoctor, that moved to Kimberley. And they lived in Malay Camp at the time, which was a mixed area, much like District 6. And they had a butchery there. By the early 1900s, I don't know if they had enough of Kimberley, but they moved to Cape Town. And they opened up another butchery in Lansdowne. And that butchery's name was the Kimberley. So I forgot to add that they originated in the Eastern Cape. So they moved from the Eastern Cape to the Northern Cape, and then we ended up in the Western Cape. So Kimberley as a city is said to be 150 years old. And depending on how you look at it, if we calculate it from when that stone was picked up by Iso Damunsa on that Sunday afternoon in 1871. Well, in 2021, then Kimberley was 150 years old. If we calculate it from when Kimberley got its name, and there's a story behind that as well, then this year, 2023, Kimberley is 150 and 50 years old. Nevertheless, I think it's important, and I've put it on the slide, that I recognize that where Kimberley is today was the lands of the hunter-gatherers and Tswana groups, the Tlokwa, the Fokeng, the Tlakwana, the Puting, the Tlaping, and the Taro. And I would like to acknowledge, recognize, and honor those who inhabited the area before. Kimberley didn't start when we picked up that stone. Didn't start when Lord Kimberley gave his name to the town. I think that's important to recognize that. The research that I would like to share with you started in 1991. There was this book that was published in that year called Homes Apart. And the chapter on Kimberley, and so the book was about different cities in South Africa and how apartheid ruptured. It's a very important word in this colloquium. How apartheid ruptured these cities. And Gordon Pyrie, who was an associate professor at UWC in the early 2000s, he wrote the chapter on Kimberley. And in that he explains how Kimberley was formed, what was the spatial form of Kimberley, who lived where and why, and how did they get to be there. And it's very important to acknowledge these ruptures by not only by colonialism, but also apartheid. Kimberley started with the discovering of these diamonds. And very soon thereafter, there was a separation of workers. The black workers lived in the compounds that was built by the mining companies, while the white workers would live in the village that was specifically built for them, also by the mining company. Now, these compounds were the first form of strict residential separation to be applied in South Africa. And the compounds in Kimberley are actually a blueprint for what has happened since in many mining towns and mines, not only in South Africa, but also the rest of in Southern Africa as well. From this experience, from this mining compound experience, this is where the idea of state-regulated townships evolved. So that by the 1920s, all informal settlements in Kimberley were demolished, and over the next 25 years, people were moved to Galeshewe, that was specifically set aside for people classified as black. In the Malay camp, which was a mixed area, people were moved to Roodepan, Homevale, to the north of the city. So Malay camp, you could say, was the district, what District 6 is to Cape Town. Malay camp is to Kimberley. By the 1950s, we see the apartheid city taking shape. Who lives where according to how you look, how you speak, etc., etc. Not only did we knock down, not only was houses knocked down, but religious and recreational and community facilities were lost. And this history is repeated in many towns and cities throughout South Africa. So those were the ruptures. In this chapter by Gordon Pyrie, he predicted that post-apartheid, remember this was written in 91, post-apartheid you would see a desegregation of suburbs within Kimberley. He also predicted that rail transport would be important in Kimberley. That didn't happen, right? And he said that by 2007 there will be about 270,000 people. That also didn't happen because in the late 90s and the early 2000s there was actually an out-migration of people from Kimberley. So what is this presentation about? Oh, before we get to that, I'm going too fast. Give me a second. Here we go. 30 years later, 2021, a follow-up book is being published with that title. And here we looked at patterns of residential segregation, housing provision, infrastructural challenges, and what are the economic bases in cities and towns in 13 cities and towns in South Africa. And then I was approached to do the chapter on Kimberley. So the presentation today is a look, post-apartheid Kimberley, what has been done, what hasn't been done, and what needs to be done in the future. Right? What is the legacy going to be, which is another part of the colloquium. Now, being in geography, when you have a presentation, it's very important to have a map. So there's my map of Kimberley in 2019. Each of the items on the map are very important to the story. If we start in the north, there's Nood-Kaap, Lerato Park, Homevale, Homestead, Galeshewe. We've got the legislature building to the west. We have the mines. We've got the Big Hole. We've got the De Beers mine, the Bultfontein, the De Toitspan, and the Wesselton mine. This is important to the story of Kimberley. We also have the Solplaatje University. Another thing that is highlighted on the map is Kimberley Central, the CBD, as well as Diamond Park in the south. So what has happened is that after the 1990s, mining started to decline, right? And Kimberley was in a crisis. How do you keep a city running in a post-resource era? But we'll get into that in a minute. Pyrie spoke about in 1991 about residential desegregation. He said, no, Kimberley will desegregate. So we had a look at this, and we did some statistical calculations. And what is happening in Kimberley is very much what is happening in the rest of towns and cities in South Africa. So suburbs that were previously designated as white suburbs, those suburbs have been desegregated. And we can see the percentages in the table. Suburbs that were classified as Indian is also desegregated to a lesser degree. But the townships, Galeshewe, and the colored suburbs have not desegregated to the same degree. And I think this is an indictment of people with the perception that the white suburbs have the better housing and that people aspire to owning property in those markets. So that's a note on desegregation. Looking at housing, and specifically housing backlog, again, same story plays itself out in many cities and towns in South Africa. In 2002, there was a housing demand of 14,000 units, of which 70% came from the lower income bracket. By 2013, this has dropped, and sorry, I keep on forgetting I've got to change this. By 2013, we're down to 8,000 units. So we're making progress, right, in the provision of housing. But by 2017, the number of units that are required in the Solplaatje municipality is back up to 12,000. So housing provision for people in Kimberley has remained a problem. There has been housing projects. There's the Kotlanong Eco Village, the Moseshwa Eco Village, the Hull Street Integrated Housing Project. And each one of these projects had their own challenges. For example, the Kotlanong Eco Village was a partnership between various entities, the community, the municipality, provincial government, national government, private business, North American agencies, and maybe there were just too many cooks in this kitchen. They constructed 200 houses, but it gave good lessons on how to do things going forward. The big project was the Hull Street, or was supposed to be the Hull Street project. There were supposed to be 2,000 units, but and this is in the late 90s, by 2003, only 200 units were built. Right? And the problems experienced there was that private companies started to run the project. And people were evicted because they were not paying their rent every month. So this is what happens when you neoliberalize housing. You've had the Diamond Park and Lerato Park developments. These are breaking new ground projects. And they've had their own problems. What are these problems that I'm talking about? We're talking about occupation of unbuilt houses by people frustrated with waiting, land invasions, evictions, home demolitions by the municipality, and housing waiting lists that are in disarray. That's why we still sit with 12,000 people requiring houses in Kimberley. There was also the North Gate development that was supposed to be built north of the Comforts Dam, which is a heritage site. There's a bird called the lesser flamingo who's very important in environmental circles, and the environmental activists stopped this development because they're saying it will impact on the dam, on the Comforts Dam, it will impact on the Flamingo. So nothing was built. There was a Galeshewe urban renewal program, which had good ideas, but the problem there was it was a top-down approach, not a bottom-up. And then since the late 90s, up until today, there's always been a demand for apartments in the city center, in the CBD, Central Business District, Centrale Sake Kern. And we still have this problem today of lack of housing, lack of apartments. Infrastructural challenges, the wastewater treatment works was functioning above capacity, and the poor quality wastewater was being fed into this Comforts Dam where this important bird was making its home. The impact of severe weather events also had also impacted on treatment of wastewater. This speaks to the issues of climate change and how important it is for municipalities to bring that on their radar. There were challenges with providing potable water to people and electricity. We're not talking load shedding, we're talking just providing electricity. Things were so bad that in 2009, there was a moratorium placed on further development, and this obviously impacts on the provision of housing. So the nature of the economic base. So we had the mines in the past, they've been mined out, and there's a bit of decline in the mining sector. But what we have seen is the growth of artisanal mining, small-scale miners, right? But the mining sector has declined. And these artisanal miners, these small-scale miners have come into conflict with big business, who are still operating some of the mines. Manufacturing has stagnated, mainly because of the decline in the mining sector. And then unfortunately, and for a number of reasons, there's been a decline in the tourism sector. Remember, we've got the big hole, and we've got all those heritage mining activities, we've got the rock art, rock paintings, museums, etc., etc. But there's been a decline. At the big hole itself, in 1998, for that year, there were 60,000 learners that came there. 1 year later, less than 10,000. And this was because of the change in the curriculum at the time. Again, you can see later stats, 113,000 in 2007, down to less than 80,000 in 2012. And there are a number of reasons for this. Van der Merwe and Rogerson identified these obstacles, and these obstacles are at local government level. And the gentleman down there spoke about how government is failing us. And perhaps this is an indictment of such a failure. There's a lack of tourism marketing, there's a minimal budget, there's a lack of leadership, and very poor strategic planning. And this impacts on tourism development. Yes, we've built this hotel next to the big hole, we've built the conference center, but what else? How do we merge things? How do we get things to work together? Importantly, there's been an increase in the government and the education sector. So government sustains Kimberley. Remember, it's a provincial capital, so we've got local government, district level government, national government, all in the city, plus the High Court of Kimberley, the legislature building, etc., etc. And all government departments within those three spheres of government. So there's a big government sector. With the acquisition of the municipality, there's also a very important and growing education sector. But this comes with its own challenges. So what I've shared with you now is all very negative, right? But the sparkle can return. There is hope if we do things differently. Number one, the tourism economy can be reinvigorated, right? The issues at the local municipality tourism center must be resolved, right? We need people with bright ideas, forward thinking, not scared of the politicians, so that we can reinvigorate not only the big hole, but also the tourism economy of Galeshewe. How to connect Galeshewe and the big hole and the center of the city as one product and one unit. How do you promote tourism to those living in Cape Town, Joburg, come for the weekend, Bloemfontein, etc., etc. That is what's needed. In terms of mining, well, for big companies, there's not much of a profit to be made, I think. I don't know. But we can promote small-scale mining. Everything doesn't have to be big, all right? But such a process will be difficult. It has been done. In 2018, small-scale miners in Kimberley were granted mining licenses, if we follow the official legal route of how to go about it. So it can be done, right? But there's an unwillingness somewhere, maybe from big business, I don't know. Kimberley as the solar energy business center of the Northern Cape, think about it, makes sense. Why don't we have renewable energy companies setting up shop in Kimberley? What is needed in the municipality is an investment in bulk infrastructure. You need to have housing. You need to provide people with running water, with potable water, with electricity, etc., etc. You need to develop housing. If people can't afford to build their own, you need to provide this. But isn't this what you said you'll do in 94? I'm just asking the question, I don't know. And we'll use those buffer zones in the city to build this housing at. The central business district, in my mind, presents the most important opportunity. The CBD can be rejuvenated. We've got this university there, we've got residences for students. Now you marry that with the tourism sector and you can rejuvenate the CBD. But I write there, beware of studentification. We don't want to have too many students because then it transforms the area totally, it drives away everybody. And this is linked to the last point, which is promotion of the nighttime and weekend economies. Think of the tourists, think of the students, those that are living in the CBD, right, can rejuvenate the economies of the city by focusing on nighttime activities, by focusing on weekend activities. So, can the sparkle return? Yes, it can. Right? The municipality needs to implement bright ideas and take risks. And it's something that many people are adverse to, but they need to take risks. But the sparkle can return. The economic rejuvenation of Kimberley can return if they would consider focusing on these important areas. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Because of time, I'm going to ask if we have any burning questions. Any burning questions? Any initial remarks? We have 1, 2. Okay.
Yeah, as Ricardo, I want to agree that the sparkle can return, but the sparkle can only return if government, private sector can sit together with the community in the same room, around the same table, so that we don't have a situation where small-scale miners now wants to create opportunities for himself to try and live a sustainable life. But you said with the beers, they don't want to give people access to the land and it's standing in the way of getting a permit. Such things happen in claims here at this moment. And this is influenced by politics, for example, that because many of politicians have actually shares in these companies, in these big companies, and they are the guys that is stopping the progress because they now feel that these guys are competing against them. And this is why we take too much time to try and recreate the sparkle. And but there need to be government, private sector needs to sit around the table with the community in order for everyone to try and find a way to see how we can all prosper within this. Because government and private sector can't see the small business as a threat, but rather see how we can use it and create opportunities for the youth. Because if we don't address unemployment, we will have a problem with crime in these communities. Because the youngsters or whoever that is unemployed will now come and break into these businesses, into these places, committing crime, scaring the tourists away. So that's my input.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's a very important point that you make. The issue of land is probably the most important point in Kimberley. And I'm glad you asked the question because allow me to share. The municipality owns 3% of the land in Kimberley, 3%. 90% is owned by the private sector in some shape or form, right? So we have the problem is now that when the Solplaatjie municipality wants to build housing, let's say low-cost housing, they have to beg, that maybe that's a bit of a strong word, but they have to ask nicely from big business to donate their land because they don't have money to buy it at market-related rates. So again, we come to the issue, and you've mentioned this point before, sir, the issue of land. So without land, we can't move forward. So there are a number of things that must be in place, yes, before that sparkle can return. But it requires work. It's not easy. You see? And I don't know many politicians that want to take risks. Let me leave it there.
Prof, thanks for the input. And as a former geographer, you know that I will not let you lightly from the presentation. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak because I haven't paid for the colloquium. but thanks. The notion of mining as a sustainable livelihood is a contradiction in terms, because mining always has an end. So I think you need to shift up the tourism, education, renewable energy up if you want, and build your economic nexus around that for sustainability. If you take 50 years, 100 years, whatever. I know my first class at UWC in 81 was this whole of coal will only last so many years. This will only, and some of those, Vincent Taylor, no. And some of those things are come to fruition. I thought I would be dead for those things. So there's no way that you can say diamond mining or artisanal mining will do that. It's a short-term thing. I would like you to state, because in previous life I was the head of tourism in the Western Cape, and Sharon Lewis, Northern Cape partner, we dominated the MINMAC meetings in Pretoria. So the connection between the Western Cape and the fact that you dare to have this colloquium here is very important for me as a former activist, because we need to deconstruct this idea of independent Cape and whatever. And it's important that we work together around those things, in tourism specifically. If the rain falls in late June, July, then we have the flowers. From here, not Darling, even here from Atlantis, up till in the southern Namibia. So for me, that's very important that we tap further in it. But I would like to see because your latest statistics is 2013, it's 2023, and I know COVID is in between. You will probably be at the same figures now as you presented in 2013, but it's very important. And then, incidentally, my solar system comes from Kimberley. Thank you very much, Prof.
I'm glad to hear that the solar system comes from Kimberley. Just a quick response. Small-scale mining isn't the answer. It's not the only answer. It must be one of many interventions. It's not going to cure. It's not the only medicine, right? But there is a place for small scale. I do agree that the tourism sector should be elevated. I've been working in Palabora in the Limpopo province. Same issue, where the product is going to run out in 10 years. Then what? So yes, I agree with you that the tourism sector must be elevated in terms of maybe the biggest slice of the pie of interventions. The stats, you know how many people I've emailed to get updated stats? They don't reply. Yeah, but thanks.
Yeah. Okay, just two, and maybe you don't have to respond in detail. It's just two comments. The first is about the use of the term land invasion. So many people who are involved in something that is called a land invasion don't see it as a land invasion. They see it as a legitimate form of land reform, taking land for themselves. So I want to maybe challenge you to think about a term that one, or maybe even a phrasing that people themselves would use to describe or to name that process. That's the first thing. And then I also would have liked to have seen a little bit more about artisanal mining. I mean, I spoke to a geologist once, we had a conversation, and I don't know how factual this is, but he claims that 70% of mining in Africa is artisanal mining. And so this is not unusual. Right? It's like in the South African context, we're so used to massive companies that we forget that there is artisanal mining in South Africa. Of course, again, a question of illegal, legal, and so on. So I just wanted to raise those 2 points for you. Thanks.
Thanks, William.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Spock. We really appreciate it. Let's give Prof. Spock a beautiful round of applause. Okay. So our next speaker is going to be Romario Klute, and Romario's paper is entitled "The Legacies of Copper Mining in Namaqualand Through the Perspective of People, the Mining Museum, and an autoethnography." Over to you, Romario.
Goeiemôre almal. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag, jammer, sal na 12. My naam is Romario Fabiano Klute. Ek is oorspronklik van 'n Babie in die Nood-Kaap en ek is tans besig met my meestersgraad by die Universiteit van Wes-Kaapland. I won't be presenting in Afrikaans for those of you who got worried. I've just felt the need to introduce myself in Afrikaans as it is also my home language. So today I will be presenting my research. It's entitled "The Legacies of Copper Mining in Namaqualand Through the Perspective of the People, the Mining Museum, and an Autoethnography." For today's presentation, I will be speaking about my title. You will see I structured my presentation as follow. I will be talking about legacies, and then the people, and then autoethnography. And if time allows, I will refer to mining museums, and then I really want to talk about possible research interest in Namaqualand and the Northern Cape in general. So to start, I will briefly do an introduction of my title. So today I will be sharing bits and pieces and some beautiful experiences and reflections about my research project that I conducted in my hometown of Babib and the broader Namaqualand. My research project is entitled "The Legacies of Copper Mining in Namaqualand Through the Perspective of the People, the Mining Museum, and an Autoethnography." And I think that this title is pretty self-explanatory of what to expect from this dissertation. However, what I may think that is self-explanatory might not always be true, because honestly I think also that it's deeper than what it seems. It's more than just about mining and museums and autoethnographies or legacies. It's about the invaluable contributions of the voices of Namaqualand. Thus, I would dare to say that this title is almost as deep as the mining shaft in Carolusberg. So I will be elaborating on my title a little more, because it's, like I said, how I structured my presentation. So first things first, this title, the word legacies, which I have explained numerous times before, was actually influenced by two primary sources that I utilize in my research. The first source is called "The Aspects of Copper Mining in Namaqualand" by John Smallberger, which was first a master's thesis. It was done at UCT in 19 1969 and later published as a book called A History of Copper Mining in Namaqualand in 1975. The second influence came from a documentary called Mining Memory, The Legacies of St. Helena in the Northern Cape. These two sources subsequently started a train of thought when I was conceptualizing this research project. So, Mining Memory is a very interesting documentary that Professor Dan Yon from York University in Canada made and directed in Namaqualand, where he traced his origin of the 100 men who came to work in the copper mines in Namaqualand. These men came from St. Helena. So Prof. Dan went on a journey to look at all of these legacies of these 100 men, and he came to find that one of these 100 men was actually his grandfather. With regards to John Smallberger, when I was busy doing research on what my master's will be about, I came across this master's thesis, and then I later found this book in a local shop in Springbok, and then I decided, but I am going to do my research on copper mining. Now to move on, legacies and heritage. So what are legacies exactly? I have a little bit of a long explanation of what legacies are because I have been doing this for quite some time, but I won't delve into it too deep. So legacy to me is an interdisciplinary complication. The reason why I refer to legacy as an interdisciplinary complication is because the multifacetedness of this term. And to my knowledge, legacy is complicated because it has so many different definitions in various contexts. It can become confusing. And the most important facet to remember about legacy is the fact that it's something that has been left behind, something that is in the past. This means that legacy can be something physical, emotional, or even spiritual, or sometimes spatial. Thus, this brings me to the question, is there a relation between legacy and heritage? Because heritage is also something that we celebrate. It's from the past that we continue to celebrate today. So I just felt like I want to share this with you guys also. I came across this text that I used in my thesis, and since it was Heritage Day just a few weeks ago, I felt fitting to include this in my presentation today. We can no longer afford to take that which was good in the past and simply call it our heritage, to discard the bad and simply think of it as a dead load which by itself time will bury in oblivion. The subterranean stream of Western history has finally come to the surface and usurped the dignity of our tradition. And this is the reality which we live in. And this is why all our efforts to escape from the grimness of the past into nostalgia for a still intact past or into the anticipated oblivion for a better future are in vain. So, this brings me also to another thing with regards to legacy. Legacy can be thought of as something positive or negative depending on the context, and this idea brought me to the aim of my research question. Is the legacy of copper mining in Namaqualand something negative or positive? Is it something that we just want to leave in oblivion, like we sometimes do heritage, because we can decide what part of our heritage we want to celebrate? So can we decide what parts of our legacies are we going to focus on? Obviously, as a researcher, I had to take a neutral stance and look at both good and bad legacies that mining has caused in Namaqualand. And I will get to that later on. So last year and the year before, I spoke a lot about the different legacies that has been left behind, and I just included a slide just to briefly speak about it, like spiritual legacy, as I said. What I found from analyzing the conversations, or as I would like to say, exploring the conversations that I had with people from Namaqualand, is a spiritual legacy. After the mines closed, a lot of people became very much spiritual. Their belief in God increased so much because they prayed for a better town, a better future, employment, and all of those things. And that I would categorize as a spiritual legacy. Another legacy is obviously the physical legacy. these are the things you can see and touch with your eye that has been left behind by the mine. It's not always as pretty as it seems because there are big holes, as you can see on the slide, and there are big buildings that are now actually heritage sites as well. But as I continue doing my research, as I continued with my research, I realized one of the most important legacies is language. This research actually came about because of the research that I've done in my honors year in Afrikaans. It was titled 'n Soonkroniese ondersoek na die hedendaagse taalverskynsels van Namakolandse Afrikaans, because that thesis had such a huge historical aspect. It made me realize that I need to do research in history also. So language as a legacy, I will speak about that when I talk about people, because I feel it's more fitting to talk about language when I talk about people. Moving on to the background, I will speak very briefly about my background, because if you have attended the last two conferences, you would know exactly what this background is about. So, copper mining, copper mining in Namakoland was once the economic heartbeat of a once thriving community ever since the copper mining mania of the 1850s, according to Jan Smalberger. This economic centrality of copper mining declined as soon as the mine stopped their operations in the early 2000s due to the fluctuating price of copper and the remote and hostile setting of the Namakoland region, as Cairncross argues. But this is what is written in the books. I found when I interviewed my research participants, or as I would say, when I was exploring these conversations, I found that they do not necessarily agree with that. They said that the mines didn't necessarily close due to these reasons. Reasons being that the owners of the mines did not want to adhere to the new laws that South Africa put in place. Laws such as BEE, people of color should be in management positions. That was one of the reasons that came out in the conversations that I had with people. Another thing I want to talk about is, today it is considered a censoring of history if you mention Namakoland without referring to copper or the other way around, according to Steenkamp. And copper has made Namakoland what it is. Furthermore, as mentioned previously, if you talk about the history of mining in South Africa, copper mining should be a pinnacle topic of conversation because it spearheaded the mining industry in the country way before the discovery of diamonds and gold. Undoubtedly, Steenkamp's statement could be considered factual. And I do agree with him, but to an extent. I think there is so much more to Namakoland than just copper, and these research projects highlight the other important and ongoing historical elements of Namakoland, such as the legacies of the afterlives of mining as shaped by the social resilience of its people. Moving on to the background, further on the background, the background is actually part of my chapter 1, and my chapter 1 is called Striking a Rock. So on screen is a clipping from one of the newspapers that I acquired while working in the mining museums called the Copper Gazette, and it is a very controversial statement if you read it and if you understand it. It's a controversial statement made by the author, which I will not address now. The only reason why I put the clipping on there is because I wanted to explain why the title is called Striking a Rock. The title of my chapter 1 is called Striking a Rock because it alludes to the discovery of copper in Nood-Kaap after it was already discovered in Namakoland as a whole, but when they were already busy with mining, they had an ox cart, and while they were driving with the ox cart, they struck a rock, and the rock broke into little pieces, and when they tried to fix the wheel of the ox cart, they actually discovered, but there's copper ore. So, this is why I titled this chapter Striking a Rock, honoring the discovery of copper ore in Nood-Kaap, because this chapter focuses on the discovery of copper in general and how the mining processes developed over time. But on another note, The phrase striking a rock is also significant to this research because it alludes to the famous resistance song. I don't know if anyone would be able to pronounce that word. I don't want to butcher the phrase, but essentially it means when you strike a woman, you strike a rock. These words are significant as it expresses the courage and the strength that women expressed as a form of protest in 1959. In the 1959 Women's March against the increased oppression that women experienced in South Africa during the apartheid times. This dissertation draws a lot on resilience of people, and this story just signifies resistance and resilience, and that is why I found it fitting to use this phrase, even though it doesn't have anything to do with mining, but I think it's a beautiful example of resistance and perseverance that led to this significant change. Because in most cases, in any case, in the mining towns, women are the backbone of the household. The woman ensures that her family, her husband who is working for them, are safe, healthy, and fed. And she ensures that he goes to work on time. And whenever there's a problem with his work, it would usually be the woman who goes to the boss and tell the boss, but why did you skel? Hoekom het jy my man geskel? And also still today, women in mining, even in apartheid times, it was difficult for them to work in the mines in this male-dominated environment, always being scrutinized just because of their gender. But there were a few women who worked in the mines, and I was fortunate enough to interview someone who also worked in the mines, the first female belt truck driver who worked in the mine. So the reason why I included this is just I feel like it's important to notice women also and the role that they played, because in the hegemonic history is from a male gaze, and I feel like with this thesis, this dissertation, I feel like to include everyone's voices. I don't want to exclude anyone, and that's why I felt it's important to use that. And because my mother works in a mine as well. Moving on to the spiritual legacy again. As I said, people started praying after the mines closed. So the name of the town was once called a prayer town. So Nood-Kaap was once called a prayer town. But after some time, last year actually, on the 9th of August, when it was the Women's March in 1959, they unveiled this welcoming poster in Nood-Kaap when they changed the name from Prayer Town to Glory Town, because they felt like their prayers have been heard. There are new mining developments, people are being employed, and that's why they changed the name. Just so, by the way, that poster was sponsored by the mining companies who are now they are mining again there in Nood-Kaap. So in any case, that's why I put that picture up there, because of the relation of the date that they chose to unveil this, to this poster, and the relation to the naming of the town. Okay, now moving on to people and language as a legacy. My title for people is called Vox Populi Vox Dei, die stem van die Namakwa mense. It's a Latin phrase which means the voices of the people are the voice of God. So I feel like because I want to place the emphasis of the importance of the voices of the people from Namakwa, I just had to use that phrase because it's such a powerful impact. So let me move over to language as a legacy, because I will be explaining better. I think it's fitting, given the importance of the narrations to the history of copper mining in Namakwaland, that the voices of the people are really powerful as they counteract the hegemony in the historiography of mining in Namakwaland. I chose to name this title Vox Populi Vox Dei because it's a play on words. Because we will be looking at the transcribed interviews which will represent the voice of the people, and from the transcribed interviews, it is evident that the people in Namakwaland are very religious and they have a prominent belief in God, especially after the closure of the mines. It also alludes again to the spiritual legacy that has been left behind. Undoubtedly, I think that it's fitting for Vox Populi Vox Dei as subtitle, as well as the fact that this research project, along with the narrations of the interviews, is an insurrection against the hegemonic history of the mining past in Namaqualand. The Namaqualandse Afrikaans dialect is also empowered with this title because in the past, Afrikaans dialects spoken by colored people were demonized. Prof. Frank Hendricks argues that for years there have been a tendency to brand Afrikaans of colored people as less Afrikaans. Let me just... Hendricks further argued that the marginalization and stigmatization of non-standard varieties that are associated with people of color resulted in a large part of Afrikaans as a language and the community developing an indifference and a prejudice against them. Hence, I say the Afrikaans of people of color were demonized. Furthermore, Hendricks states that the marginalization and stigmatization of non-standard varieties of Afrikaans has led to the primary users being perceived as inferior. Although this was not the case with the participants involved in this dissertation, it is still one of the reasons why I undertook this research investigation. In fact, the participants of these interviews have a very positive and proud attitude towards Namaqualandse Afrikaans, but they still do not realize that it can be seen as an equal to the standard variety of Afrikaans. This connects the reasons why there is a demand for research on non-standard varieties of Afrikaans like Namaqualandse Afrikaans, and this is also why this research is important, because it somehow makes language a legacy too, because it deems it as important due to the layers of memory and meaning that is embedded in the voices of the people that speak Namaqualandse Afrikaans. To tell their story, the use of language as part of oral histories are crucial, and this is affirmed by the following statement made by Sean Field. Past experiences are mediated into memory through several lenses, such as language, family, cultures, schooling, mass media, and so on. So one of the main reasons why I conducted research in my hometown is to break the stigma around non-standard varieties such as Namaqualandse Afrikaans and to tell the story of those who were deemed to be marginalized. And if the stigmatization is broken, it will create space for the disclosure and education of language communities about their non-standard varieties of Afrikaans, so they can realize that no variety of Afrikaans is inferior to the other variety, even though it is still referred to as non-standard. Okay, I think I will move on. Enough about a language legacy can also be a lot, so let me move on. On the screen is the research participants whom I've explored conversation with. The first female belt truck driver is Auntie Flory, also commonly referred to as Flory Lorry because she drove a lorry. It was very important for me to include her story. She felt like she was a bit let down by the mines because after the closure she didn't have anything else to do and she had to go back to being a domestic worker. Next to Auntie Flory is Joey, a very influential person in the community. He has been involved in mining activities and the community ever since the mines started and ever since the mines have closed down. He is one of the spiritual leaders in Ababib also, and he gave me a beautiful, beautiful conversation about mining. And when I asked him the question, should we write a eulogy for our town because our mines are dead, he actually said, no, we should write a thank you letter because we are grateful for what the mines have done, because we are grateful because the closure of the mines made us realize that we are nothing without God, because people actually worshipped the mines and forgot about God. And after the closure, they went back on their knees. So that was what he was grateful for. And at the bottom is my grandfather's brother. He's also one of the research participants. He also worked in the mine. But before that, he went to the military, and he had some very interesting reasons as to why the mines closed. One of that being that the company owners did not want to enforce the new laws by South Africa, and that's why they closed. Moving on to autoethnography, I feel like this is a very important part of the research. It was very difficult for me to write an autoethnography because it would change every day, because I would feel different towards my hometown every day. But then I came across this poem, and it just inspired me to continue with this research. So it's a poem by Rupi Kaur, like it comes from the anthology The Sun and the Flowers, and it reads as follows. I stand on the surface of a million women, I put individuals between brackets, before me, thinking what can I do to make this mountain taller so the women or the individuals after me can see further. I feel like this has so much depth, and it inspired me to write further. Because now I am in a position from Namaqualand. I am from Namaqualand, and I am in a position to write my story. To write the story of the people who were previously written by people who were not from the Northern Cape. So I think for this autoethnography, I wrote extensively on our visits to the mining museum, playing at the foot of the mine. And it's so ironic that my childhood friend, Bridget, we stayed in the same street in Ababib. We used to play together at the foot of the mine, and she also features in my autoethnography. And that's why I say we are standing here today on this mountain, and we are building it. We are doing this for our people so they eventually can see further. With that said, I would like to move on. I'm not going to talk about the mining museum due to time. But I would like to propose an idea that we can maybe take forward in the following colloquiums, that we sort of create like an inventory of possible research ideas that can be done in the Northern Cape. This is my future research. I am at the brink of completing my thesis, and I included this in the final page. So I would like you to feel free to add more, and then we can circulate this. This is just what can still be done with regards to research, like language in the mines, illegal diamond mining in Namaqualand, the current copper mining activities in Namaqualand, a visual representation of environmental degradation in Namaqualand due to mining, mining museums and exhibitions via voice, Agana is the new mining utopia, anthology of mining journals, anthropologies. And yes, I think there is so much more that everyone can add, and I feel like this will be a useful list or inventory for people from the Northern Cape who are struggling to find a suitable research idea, that they can just contact someone from the Colloquium and say, do you have a list? I really want to do research in the Northern Cape, so can you please forward me the inventory, and then I can see what really interests me. So thank you so much, and I hope we will be building taller mountains for the next generation to stand on and see further.
Yes, thank you so much, Romario. Just to say, I think you're getting better at this every time. You were so nervous, but well done. You're doing very, very good. Just well done, well done. Okay, so obviously there's a lot of excitement because you have kind of energized us again. So I'm going to open the floor. If you have a question, just give me a heads up, and I'll come to you. And we're going to start at the back. If there's nobody at the back, then we'll work our way this way. Yeah? Did I get that? No? No? All right. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So 5. Can I ask colleagues to please keep it short, just for time's sake? I would appreciate that very much. Okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon all. My name is Magdalene. I'm also a Nood-Kaapenaar. Ek is daar gebore. Excuse me. Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially with the mining and everything. I just want to add and just show my appreciation and the language. I'm a language person, yeah. So I would just encourage you and all of us, especially motivate people, not necessarily just students, scholars as well, learners. I'm referring to people that are still at school, to to do research, to delve in this, because sometimes you have an idea in your mind, you're going to do research on something, then you get something else, and then, like they say, if you start learning, then you realize, the more I learn, the less I know. So congratulations, very, very interesting. I hope to finish at my day work so that I can go and do research on languages and so on, but very, very extremely interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Butule James, much like you, Romario. I am a final year master's student in history at UCT. And part of the reason I'm really interested in this colloquium is because the Northern Cape specifically in certain respects speaks to my master's research. I've specifically focused on the Sutherland region and the Roggeveld region, specifically in the 19th century. But my question is a very short one. You mentioned something in your presentation about heritage, it can be physical and spatial. I'm specifically interested in sort of like the spatial form of heritage. Would you say that that's similar to sort of like physical heritage, or how would you say the two are different, just for clarity? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Heritage is there. I focus on the heritage complex when I focus on the museums. So what I was actually referring to is a spatial legacy. With regards to spatial legacy is, I mean, there are a few towns in Namaqualand. Some of them were not mining towns before, but over time, as mining activities continued, space and place and these activities turned these towns into mining towns. So I consider that a spatial legacy because it's in different spaces, and that's why I coined it that way. With regards to physical legacies, is basically the aftermath that you can see, that you can touch, that you can sometimes hear, smell. So a sensational legacy, the physical one, like the big hole, like the furnace, like the old mill that still remains, that I consider as a physical legacy. But thank you so much for your question.
Ja, hallo. Ek is ook 'n Nababie se klim uit. So onder geen omstandighede praat ek Engels nie. My oom het gesê English is not my tail. Nou ja. En daar was 'n storie. Hy praat mos nou van legacies. En daar's 'n storie in Steenkop wat die familie kom nou en die kind is nou ook losgeleerd en sy is in die Kaap en sy kom terug huis toe en sy gaan dan nou die helder blyk bring en sy praat van die legacy wat ouma nagelaat het en toe hulle by die huis kom toe beklei hulle oor die legacy wat hulle nie van 'n stukkie gekry het. Nou Mario, jy het mos ook 'n legacy, né? En my vraag is, wat is die uitvloeibare aktiwiteite wat 'n mens kan doen? Na alles, nadat jy jou thesis geskryf het, wat is die goed wat ons as 'n community kan opneem om jou ding leefbaar te maak vir ons? Die ander ding ook is jy het net nog gepraat van die after effects van mining. Namaqualand het self net so 'n heavy story rondom dit. Hy het net op een punt gefokus, die feit dat die myne nie wou voortgaan nie, né? Maar die poverty wat ons na daai gevoel het, die klomp geld wat mense skielik gekry het en binne 2 jaar is daai geld op. Wat dan? En hoe die bronne wat daarvan die myn was, histories daar was, jy het net nog genoem van die groot man wat die eerste diamant opgetel het, né? Ek het vir jare gewerk met die small scale mining sector in Namaqualand wat gefokus het op pegmatites, die ontwikkeling daarvan, Bobbejaansspiel en sulke goed. En net soos veeboerdery net vir die pot was, net so was mynbou ook net vir die pot gewees. En daai legacies moet 'n mens, wanneer jy praat van 'n legacy, hoop ek jy integreer daai goed, dat dit nie net business perspective is nie, maar ook die feit dat ons inheemse mense aanvanklik begin het met koper en koper hiernatoe gebring het en dit ons colonization aan die einde van die dag was. So ja, en dan wat was my ander geit wat ek wou gelieg het? O ja, Ek wou gesê die geboue, daar's 'n museum, daar's 'n Duitse vrou wat vir baie jare die museum van Namakoland of Nababib geëien het vir haarself. En ek het met mense so toe gegaan en weet jy wat sê die antie? Die antie waag dit om te sê dat swart mense was ingebring in Namakoland in omdat hulle anderster of hulle gebou was vir handearbeid. En dit was die tipe boodskap wat sy konstant oorvertel het. En die geboue huidiglik behoort nou aan Jopie Kotse wat destyds apart net op sy manier moes dan nog steeds soort van gevestigheid in Namakoland. So hoe eien ons daai geboue? En hoe as myne begin afskaal, hoekom verkoop hulle daai legacies van ons mense onmiddellik aan mense wat geld het en nie aan die mense wat die stories het om te vertel nie?
Okay.
Okay, kom ek antwoord. Baie dankie Esther. Ek waardeer dit so baie en is so lekker om 'n repliek in Afrikaans te kry, maar ek dink vir almal om almal te accommodate gaan ek antwoord in Engels. To answer the first question, she asked, what can we do after this thesis is finished? How can we take it forward? What can we do in the community? So, as I said, with regards to the mining museum, for the future research, I feel it's important that people, Esther mentioned this also, the museums currently is private property. The Nababib Mining Museum is open, but it's only open when the flowers come out. It's only open to a certain public. It's open to the tourists. So for somehow it supports the tourist gaze. It's redefining what museum, or what I think museum should be, a place of education and knowledge, not just to tourists but to the community members as well, because there are so many people from Namakoland who don't know this history. And I personally feel like the museums are the places where we can start to educate our community on these histories. That's why I proposed a museum of voice, a museum of imagery, where people can visually and audially learn about their histories. That's one idea I have. Obviously, with more and more exhibitions, the radio is there. The radio, the slogan or the trademark of the radio is Stem van die Namako Mense, and I purposely used that phrase when I titled the chapter about the people, because we can utilize the media also, because it's such a powerful weapon that we can use to educate our people. So maybe radio programs also as a sense, but then also community engagement and stakeholder participation to further have capacity building in our communities with regards to the history of our mining and how people can recover after these aftermaths. If certain individuals can come and share their story of resilience, I don't know, I just find it interesting when I listen to someone talk about the past, not necessarily because I'm a historian, but because it's really interesting. On my way to Cape Town, I had another story when the people spoke about Butterfontein and the train station and the Hambakaya bus, and that's a transport story that I feel like also requires research because it's such an interesting story. But with that said, the museums, we use them as educational facilities to produce knowledge, and then further we can use that to later become centers where our people can go and they can write their own stories, and it can be documented and exhibited to future generations. With regards to in the incorporation of what our people have done for copper mining, that is part of my introduction, it's part of my background. I did not include it in this presentation because it's a lot, but actually in 1615, copper was discovered by Khoi people in Namakoland, and then later on Simon van der Stel came from Cape Town. But before Simon van der Stel, there were a whole lot of other explorers and prospecteerders who came to Namaqualand or who went to Namaqualand in search of copper, but they just could never find a copper. And even if they did, they couldn't stand the harsh nature and harsh climate of Namaqualand, so they would return back to Cape Town. But when Khoi people came to this very castle that we are sitting in today, and they were ornamented with copper beads, copper in their hair, copper clothing, or not copper clothing, but pieces of copper in their clothing. These people who were occupying the castle, they were very surprised, and then they could see, but there is actually copper, and then they asked these people to guide them. They asked the Khoi people to guide them to Namaqualand. They used the knowledge of the indigenous people to actually go and mine these copper ore. And then they named everything after Simon van der Stel. So, but Esther, of sal ek sal weer, ek gaan vir Esther my thesis stuur.
Okay, so good afternoon. So my name is Kenneth. My family comes from Komaggas, and I think Komaggas is very central in the spectacle. Was really the first mine that was explored, one of the first anyhow. So the missionaries at the time, remember also the context was that people, because of colonization and the settlers that moved in and people got dispossessed in the Cape, the border initially was Buffels River, and people moved beyond the Buffels River and they moved up north. And to some extent, the mission stations was probably, as people started losing access to the land, had a lot of influence in the area. And in that Small Burgers book, you will see there that one of the before they started mining, they actually came to seek the approval of Schmielen, who was a missionary at Komaggas at the time. So I take a very dim view of it, and it's most probably what has happened all over the country, and it's still happening, that the indigenous people were dispossessed. The indigenous people of Komaggas in the whole of Namaqualand has actually got nothing to show how they were benefiting from the rich minerals there. But I mean, that's the story of South Africa. You can go to the gold fields, it's the same story. And the more tragic part, and also when you read in the reports of the missionaries how they were very condemning the behavior of the indigenous people, because what has then happened is you've got all these smoker hawkers that came, and of course they sold all this poisonous substances and alcohol, and the missionaries then complain in their reports about the behavior, and people didn't come to church because they were all drunk on a Sunday morning when they were supposed to be in church. Komaggas then for a very short period, I think benefited from it, because the men used to take the copper then from Spectacle to Honeklebaai, that was a harbour, before it then changed to Port Nolloth for a very short period, and people then had access to it. What then happened after the exploration of copper by these international companies and so on was, as I said, the smokers and dealers that came in, and the exploitation just continued. I mean, you then read the letter of the Reverend Commissioner Meyer, how black or indigenous people were charged double the price of food stuff and so on, and normally it was rotten stuff that whites didn't want to use or eat, and they were charged exorbitant prices more than the whites were paying for these prices. And I mean, there's a letter that was written in 1917, so it went beyond the 19th century. Then, of course, you had all these men that came from England, Wales, and of course, there's the St. Helenians, but St. Helena, Daniel's film referred to that 100 men that came at the beginning of the previous century, 1904. But there was also a long tradition of between St. Helena and South Africa.
Yes.
But all these men, and that's why one also get the surnames in Namaqualand that you don't really find anywhere else. It was all the men that came to work on the mines. And then, of course, gold was discovered, and all the people then left Namaqualand to go there. So what happens, what you ask about the research ideas and so on, So I met with some of the representatives in Komaggas the other day because it's the 200th anniversary of Komaggas quite soon, in a few years' time. And I want to propose to you that we should perhaps look at the mining of Spektakelberg, because we want to record one of the proposals that I made is we start a project, a research project on whether it's family relations, traditional way of living, and family histories and so on, and then maybe bring in the whole impact of copper in Spektakelberg, where the men of Komaggas then went to work. And up till today, because to a large extent it was people, farmers and so on, and then people were dispossessed from the land, they couldn't move and they lost the land because of the colonialists and the settlers. So there were two options. Either the men went to go and work on those copper mines, and of course quite a lot of them went to work on the sea, in Port Nolloth, Nood-Kaap Bay, and up north into Namibia to Loudrich and Walvis Bay. So that would be really helpful. Maybe we should talk about it. If you can come on board and direct some research on copper mining and onto the impact it had then on the community of Komaggas.
Very nice. Thank you so much for this comment. We will definitely continue our conversation afterwards.
Romario, just a quick one, man. Esther and Mr. Maketis already kind of alluded to that. But my first point is that whoever your promoter is must see that this is more than a master's thesis. So that's my first comment. And I still supervise, even if I'm here, I'm still supervise master's thesis here. So that's my first point. Well done. My last 10 years of professional life I spent in heritage, and I haven't seen a student grasping the concepts of legacy, and whether it's spatial, intangible, tangible heritage, as good as you are. But this is not your panel. Your panel. Esther, I always ask two questions. The first one is your thesis or your PhD, whatever, in this field dealing with changing the meta-narrative, the new colonial, the past 400 years of discovery. If you look at this, if you say the copper is discovered van der Stel, then I'll believe you, but not the other way around. Because last night I got a book from Patrick Maley. He will also be on this program. And look at him and the kind of Mapungubwe. When I was looking at 1981, I didn't do history. I hated history, in fact, at varsity. But there was a reader, and the cover page was the rhino. Yeah. Because how could that rhino be made if you then in the 1970s and 80s? No. 1880s and 1870s discover gold and diamonds in South Africa. Where did that come from then? So I think that's the first point that Esther is trying to say. What did the indigenous people do in terms of mining to dispel this meta-narrative of discovery? Because that's nonsense. Then the second thing is what Esther is also asking, the so what. So if you research, even if this spells or chips into the meta-narrative, the false narrative, what then do you give to the people? Because the people want bread, they want water, they want housing. How is your research giving that? For me, that's the only two criteria. And Professor Lawak talked a little bit about it yesterday. Yeah. And perhaps if you have to reorganize your thesis, just think of those two things. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Should I?
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much for that input. Definitely, I included a section where I speak about the discovery of, or like there was an argument made that mining did not have, or mining processes, at least indigenous people did not have a means of processing the materials that they found, but yet there are evidences in the journals of the Aya van der Stel. But those journals are contradicted with scientific evidence from archaeologists. So it becomes a question of which discipline do you believe in? Do you believe the science, or do you believe the journal that was written? But there are so many written evidence of explorers, early explorers, on the eastern side of South Africa and on the art traces and archaeological traces that early mining processes were ongoing, whether it being the spear, the tip of the spear being made with iron, and then also the copper beads that were made on the western side. On the eastern side, I know there's like documents explaining the tip of the spear that was already made with iron, and they had to process the iron in some sort of way to get it to that shape. And then also coming to the Cape, to Saldanha Bay and those, where people already started trading. So the argument that comes out is that the copper did not come from the west or the east. The people who had the copper traded it with people from the UK, for example. They traded it for food and spice. So they got the copper in terms when they gave the people who came to stop here food and spice. But obviously that is not true, because when they went back to South Africa, they saw that there is actual traces of mining processes taking place. Moving on to what can we give the people afterwards. Despite giving them an education, they also require food on the table. And I think with just starting, we are already providing an opportunity for them by encouraging them, the youth and the children, to start working with, doing projects with regards to that. The first thing would always be, Bridget would remember, when the tourists come, we as children would go and stand there. We would give them small rocks and stuff. Obviously, it's communism in a way, but we used to do that. So what we can do, what I think can work to put food on the table for people in terms of this project is, firstly, educate them, allow them to know what is going on, so they can reciprocate the correct story. Because the curator at the museum, I knew her, and I think Bridget knew her as well. The hegemonic narrative was being portrayed still. It was being told all the time. So that meta-narrative, it was continuing. There wasn't recognition to the indigenous people. People of color were just seen as normal workers. And to respond to Kenneth also, the missionaries, I have a difficult stance with them, because the colonizer come with a gun and the Bible. So, because I also read something where it was a whole situation where they were just seen as workers. They can work, the priest had to decide who can work and who cannot work based on their involvement in the church and so on. But yeah, to keep it there, I think we have to brainstorm what we really can do to put full food on the table with this project. The only thing I can think of now is we educate them, and when the tourists come, they can dance, they can do presentations, they can do paintings, they can tell their stories, and then they can educate the tourists in the flower season.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Romario, for your brilliant presentation. This is very much outside my bounds, so I learned quite a lot from you. My name is Danielle, by the way, and I have a background in memory arts and culture. I was recently in KZN with young people, and we're teaching them indigenous art forms, how to make indigenous instruments, play them, song, dance, things like that. And one of the art forms that emerged was gumboot dancing. And I'm just thinking right now about gumboot dancing's genesis in the mines in Johannesburg, and how it emerged during the height of the migrant system and the oppressive apartheid system and the like. And I was just wondering if there are any art forms that have emerged specifically from maybe the copper mines in Makwaland, and what those art forms were. Because I'm thinking a thesis is, it's easy for us to sit here and analyze and all of that, but art forms are more digestible for others, specifically if they come in song and dance and the like. So I was just wondering, are there any art forms that came out?
That's a good question, I must say. To be honest, I haven't explored that facet of this research. I don't know if Esther might know. But what I do know, what I found is that in the newspaper, the mining newspaper that I found in the archives, it's called the Copper Gazette, and there were like articles on people who had competitions on DIY stuff and something like that, but I'm not so sure. And with regards to the gumboot dance, I'm also not familiar if there has been something like that, but I know the Namastap was there. So yeah, I don't know, but we will find out together.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, well, thank you so much, Romario. Let's give Romario a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. You were amazing, and you clearly spark. Well, it started with our colleague Spoctor and the sparkle seems to be continuing in the different narratives that we've heard this afternoon. So just thank you so much. Okay, so our next speakers will be doing something different. I'm going to introduce them. So it will be where is it now? There we go. It will be Von Goyse, and I hope I'm pronouncing. Okay, jy gaan my help, nee? All right. So as Von, yeah, and Annelies. So I'm going to call them up. They will be doing a. Thank you so much. They will be doing a documentary screening, but before that, they are just going to make some contextual remarks that they believe is important for us to have at the back of our minds as we view the two documentary productions. So over to you, good people.
No, we can't do that. It's too long.
Thank you. What's that?
Yeah, okay.
Hi people, can you all hear me? Kan julle almal hoor? My name is Von Goyse, by the way.
GOC.
Thank you. Where do I begin? I'm a filmmaker. I make documentary films. I've been making films since the mid-90s. It's maybe, I don't know, 30 years maybe or so. Mainly documentary films. And I came from a film school which was here in Cape Town called the Community Video Education Trust. Doesn't exist anymore. It closed down about 10 years ago. But they used to teach filmmaking to mainly to activists from different organizations, community organizations in the 80s and in the 90s. And one of the main things that they always emphasized was us telling our own stories. That was always lacking in the media. If you watch movies, if you watch TV, you know, it's not us telling the stories about our communities. It's always other people. So I was always looking for opportunities where I could tell my own story and work with people who are telling their own story. So a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, I was approached by another filmmaker who was doing some work in the Northern Cape. And he asked me to be part of the crew and to help train some young people in the Northern Cape as well in some media production. And then the film we were working on was about the traditional leader of the Komani San, who live in the remote north, the most remote part of the country, I think, just at the border of South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana, where the borders meet there. So we traveled to the Kalahari, which that region is known as, and there we met the community of Andriesville and Vidrai, and we met the traditional leader, we call him Opafali, but his name is Petrus Valboy, and he's the traditional leader there. And there was a story that had been unfolding there in that community, which we were interested in particular. And it's basically a story about how the community coped during the time of the hard lockdowns, during the COVID epidemics. As I was saying, that's one of the most remote communities in South Africa. I think they're about 200 kilometers north of Uppington, or close to 200 kilometers from Uppington. So it's far from everything, far from the nearest towns, from the nearest cities. So people are really isolated there. And it was a real privilege for me to meet that community and just to be in the Kalahari. It's a place where I always wanted to visit for a very long time, and this was my first opportunity to go there. So I just also want to say that on the production, I also met Annalise. Annalise Kotza was one of the members of our production team. Yeah, we ended up making this film called Dustlands. So that's what I'm going to say about the film and about how I got involved in the film. And then I will hand over to Annalise just to give the command to tell their own stories and how this is actually part of trying to build that kind of platform for people, even in the remote Kalahari. Thank you.
Okay, afternoon everybody. So yeah, I won't be long as now lunchtime because so the organization that I belong to is called EFDO. It stands for the Elsie Falboy Development Organization. So Elsie Falboy is Petrus Falboy's mother, and she was actually one of the first people to come out and still speak the Ngu language. She was also one of the people that brought Uma Katrina also out as one of the people that spoke the language. And what I liked about her is that she gave the motto for the Northern Cape, which is take my people to a better life. And Petrus says it so nice, he says, Boesman soek 'n beter lewe. And after all these years of him fighting for his people and for the people in the Northern Cape and indigenous people and their rights especially, he's just like, ons sukkel nou nog. You know, we're still talking about the same problems, the same government. Things have not changed since what my mother asked for. And so obviously we have this organization. It consists of 4 of us. 3 are from the Kalahari. I'm the only one, West-Kaap second, maar is the hard one in Nood-Kaap. So, and why I'm also involved is because I work for Izika, I work for the museum. But how I initially started with him was I did my research in the Northern Cape. And they brought me into the team to help from a heritage perspective. But how I phrased it was that I'm not helping them. They're helping us as the museum also to change, because we are not the ultimate authority of people's histories and their heritage. So this is why I'm involved, and I started my research, I think 2018, so it's been about 6 years now. And the one thing is that as researchers, we often we do our research, we get our degrees and we never go back. And we get our degrees because of the community's knowledge and their stories. And it is vitally important that we take it back to the community. And what we do as EFDO is we encourage the youth. So we give them training, we teach them about the laws, we teach them how to make their own documentaries, how to tell their own stories. Also practical things like fundraising, how to source funding, how to write funding proposals, things like that. So that it's not just something nice to see. You know, it's also practical skills that they are learning so that they can also be positive about their futures. But that's enough about me for now. I hope we're going to screen both if we have time, but otherwise it will just be Dustlands. And as Vaughan said, it is about the community's experience during lockdown.
Thank you.
Stay in Cape Town, and I am a co-founder of the Elsie Falboy Development Organization. I travel quite often also to the Kalahari to support my father and the other leaders in the Kalahari. Most of my family is still in the Kalahari. And yeah, I'm one of the people that need to help look after them, provide for them. COVID definitely hit the community quite hard. The Kalahari, it's a very far area from, you know, some of your main cities or your bigger towns. When the hard lockdown started, it was quite difficult for community members to travel to Uppington. One of the things that we are really dependent on is tourism. Also on the land, it is hunting, trophy hunting. So a lot of community members then had to depend on only the social grants. Also a lot of our community members are like small scale, you know, farmers, and they really depend on, you know, they have to sell a sheep in order to get a bit of money. I'm traveling up to the Kalahari, where we are hoping to address something that happened in the beginning of the hard lockdown. With food resources being very scarce in the Kalahari, the leaders of the Kumani took it upon themselves to, after a very long consultative process with the CPA executive, to go and hunt and to provide the meat to community members, specifically focusing on the elderly people as well as people living with disabilities. This was going against the internal structure, which is the CPA executive. The CPA is the Community Property Association, which is sort of a trust that was established to receive the land. A court case was opened against them, as well as a disciplinary hearing. The trust that received the land back from government back in 1999 and 2002 respectively, it was one of the first restitution cases in South Africa. The handing over of the land also to the community members, provided some sort of healing to people. It gave people hope. It gave people a sense of belonging.
Kom baba. Ek sê jy het mos gereën. Jy het lekker gereën. Jy sien nog moeg, jong. Jy sê baie vloek, ja. Vat hom weer aan. Gooi weg af wat jy aan. Lekker ook nog. Daar sit jy hier lekker. Jy broekzak. Daar is broekzak, ja. Ek wil jy een ander man. Waar sê? Kijk.
Traveling to the Kalahari, it goes with a lot of mixed emotions. I'm also glad that I'm going to go see my family, I'm going to go see my son in the Kalahari. But also secondly, the situation, it really scares me, like how much difficulty community members are dealing with on a daily basis.
Hofsaak is teen my gemaak. Aanklacht het teen my gekom. Oor 'n stukkie kos van die mense wat ek hulle wil gee. Hulle eie goed. Op 'n plaas wat hulle sê daar is nie werk nie. Toe gaan hulle dit daar. Sê ek julle lieg. Julle ken nie natuur nie. Ek is 'n natuurman. Natuurkind. Ek ken. Toe hoor ek hulle uit hulle die mense kos gee. Sekerlike mense wat al gesterf het van hulle. Baie kon nie kry nie, het gesterf. Ek voel seer, hartseer. Gister het weer een oupa gesterf. Bedreier. Dis mense wat ek moet iets gee. Dit niks nie.
Ons het nog nie terugvoering gekry van hulle af of vir die sake sê. Wat ons moet doen is dat ons gaan nou sit met die leierskap en dan gaan ons 'n brief rig aan wie ook al in beheer is van waar die saak nou is, sodat ons kan uitvind wat moet nou vorentoe gebeur. Ongelukkig op die oomblik kan ons nie net 'n gesprek buite die hof gehad op daai manier. Dit is 'n regtelike proses wat moet op die regtelike manier gedoen word. Die deur is nie toe nie. Die deur is oop vir gesels. Daar kan gesels word. Maar ons moet net gesels as equals, dat mense op dieselfde level is. En dit is hoekom ons vir hulle gesê het en ons het hulle uitgenooi op telke male, kom ons het 'n mediasieproses waar almal as gelyke mense sit en gesels. We are hoping to reintroduce mediation to the community as a form of conflict resolution. We are hoping to do this while we are there and to see how much of the community participation we can get. For us to provide them a platform where they can sit down and speak. And by doing so, we are hoping that community members can find some sort of resolution out of it.
Nou kyk jy na die hoofgrense. Op die sif lê die bome. Kameelbome stompe moet daar neergelê word om die skaap te keer. Die skaap is in die boer se kamp. Ek kan nie by die boer gaan, die boer sê hy skiet. Daar gaat nou weer. Hulle gebruik nou 2 pere van my en een van hom jou. Maar ek moet help, doen dit maar.
The San people staying on Vadrai are the descendants of Opa David Kruiper. Opa David Kruiper was the first leader on our land. He was also the one who started the whole land claim process in the Kalahari.
Die COVID-19 het ons op verskillende maniere lam gelê. As julle terugkyk in die geskiedenis sal julle sien dat ons as die Boesmans die armstes van die armste mense is. En dat ons altyd gelewe het van ons kultuur, tradisie, wat nou 'n toerisme attraksie geword het. So ons inkomste wat ons basies gekry het, was mos nou van ons toerisme gewees. En die ander inkomste wat ons nog gekry het, ons wat nou hier op bedryf bly, wat nou tradisionele dokters is, sy kliënte het ook hier gekom, alhoewel van hulle dood is van corona, waar ons ten minste kan saam met die departement gehelp het om 'n bietjie insaag of met onze medisyne kennis ook insaag geleverd en gesê het, dat is die medisyne vat, hy sal daar werk en hy sal so werk.
Hoe werk is saam as gemeenskap vorentoe vir 'n toekoms? As jou eie gemeenskap moet jou so afbreek met jou leier en al. Hoe voel ek? Ek is 'n CPI-lid, binne in die CPI. Maar ek stem net nie met baie saam. Ek kan nie saamstem nie. Want ek is 'n Boesmankind gebore. Die boom dra blare, maar die boom dra wortels. Ek is van die wortels. En van die wortels af gaan ek op die boom se tak. Ek sit daar bo soos die pille daar sit. Ek sit hier in die middel van die boom. So mense is ek. So is baie goed, as is baie verkeerd gedoen wat nie vir my reg is nie. Ja. So die pad vorentoe sal ons loop, maar ek hou van regverdigheid. Onregverdigheid het nooit geskied nie. Dat help nie so nie. Hoe leef ek?
Vir ons teruggehou het. As ons kyk na die leier het geprobeer om die 3 bakke wat hulle op papier gesit het, te hulle vat. Maar as jy terugkyk, dan sien ek kan nie net die 3 bakke vat. Ja, die 3 bakke was op die papier, maar ek kan nie net die 3 bakke vat. Jy moet baie diep dink, waar ons gedenke reeds terug is, ons kan nie opstaan nie. Nou met die, het ons geprobeer om op te staan, waar 'n lig skyn, kan ons 'n lewe vind.
Willem Swartz, one of the prominent community members that have been also quite a champion in the beginning of the whole restitution process. He was one of the people that have walked this journey with my father.
In hierdie lockdown se tyd is alles geblok. Alles wat geblok is. Ek mag by Valley kom, Valley mag by my kom. So die inligting wat ons miskien kan vooroorgedra het, die is ook daarmee gebind. Die is ook vasgemaak. Ons het ook maar diep siektes. Maar daar goed het nie gevat nie, want daar is die vattigheid van ons liggams. Die bloed is skoon en die bloed is gezond. En jou hart is skoon en hy is gezond. Daar is die impakstudie op my brein nie.
Weet jy broer, daar die aand wat jy hier inkom, as jy so voor die bed het jy gekom staan, en toe jy gesê, jy wil 'n gebed wil jy doen. Toen sy hy groot stuk sprong op, dus jy by die kan op die stoep. En weet jy my broer, ek was dankbaar, want ek het biltong gesny, die aand oor die rug gekom.
Paul is a cousin of my father. Going there is to show you how people that are living what we call some of the buitenposte on this small piece of land which they use for small-scale farming.
En hier in Peter is er geval. Wil je nou mij mensen toe? Kom je zuster daar, zuster. Toen ik dan zuster voor hier, om te tekenen. Toen ik klaar getekend heb, en schreef dat wetland met de boodschap. Ongelukkig om je kwalificeert. Zijn toelaag.
Het is ons 2 oor.
En je hebt niks. Je hebt niks.
Ons het niks hier op die val, net soos die kos ook hier uitgedeel is. Ons labourmiddag na Andrieswelle word die hampers uitgedeel. Dan kom ek in tol terug, dan sê ek vir tol, ons ry nie weer nie. Die motor het hier verby gekom, die wel sy motor.
So with the land claim, we also received 25,000 hectares of land within the Kalahari Park. There is a small project here. Some of the elders in our community are trying to teach the young people about the drugs, nature as it is. The community have some rights in the Kalahari Transfrontier Park to, I think, to hunt traditionally, also to gather certain veld food, but also a lot of that goes with what the rules and regulations are of sand parks. Growing up in the Kalahari, our people always make, or especially the elders, they would make certain teas that we would drink as children as you grow. And it's also its knowledge that are only transferred at a certain age. Sake and Danilays are busy preparing some patomatasena. Slaughtering an animal or killing an animal, you know, it also goes together with our culture, it also goes with our ancient traditions. And by doing so, they were also fulfilling that. And yeah, soon after that, they were then labeled criminal. So the criminal case that was opened were labeling the leaders as poachers.
The criminal case was opened by one of the CP on the instruction from the appointed administrator, who is also a consultant for the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform.
You know, in his house, I've seen over the years, you know, how he grew as a leader. You know, I mean, he school, I think. My father, you know, and for these different government institutions, having to travel abroad, you know, to help amplify our people's voices just to get the land back. I mean, it was a very long, it was a very hard and very tedious process. And as is but all of us, we understood that there was a bigger meaning to all of this, and we always supported him wherever we can.
Nooit gay en Joe en zo. En zo ons gezend en zo ons elkaar verstaan. En hij heeft me gezegd, luister hier zo. Op standaard 4, wat graad 5. U zei me, kijk hier zo. Ik zal school gaan. Verder als we die mensen ook kunnen zien. 50 jaar voor. Wat een mens zien, wat zien. Wat misdaad geweest het al. Dan zit je met gemengde gevoelens. Als je kijkt naar omstandigheden, dat je nog niet vanmorgen weet, als je skijf als je ons vraagt. Als het rechtvaardig, als het valselijk, als het zijn leven verslechterd wordt. Hoe gaan het die mens ooit? Tot zei ik is een boesman. Ik kan niet. Ik weet waarvan ik kom. Ik me een andere naam. Op 76 jaar. Die week is niet. Die wet maakt me een ander mens. Het heeft kering gemaakt. Aan een man taal wat mijn naam geeft. Na saakje, na sa. Ik is boesman. Is enough. En zijn oor moet zien. Die pad moet enkelen. Als je moet recht krijgen. Dat is waar ik vraag aan de achtbare CPA-voorzitter met zijn garden. Om te beplannen. Om verandering te brengen aan die zaalgemeenschap. En na die proces is het de organisatie. Verschillende landen daar, in die plek. En ons wat samengekomen is, heeft die voorrecht gehad om vandaag daar jullie organisatie je voor te stellen met jullie gedachten.
Het is bij conflict. Het was bij conflict wat dit is. En dat sommige tijden dat klomp van die gesprekken, processen in die gemeenschap kan niet voeren gaan, want daar staat een conflict wat er zit. So, ons is ook vandaag hier zo om mediatie als een tool te komen voorstellen.
De houding tussen die gemeenschap en die CPA. Dat is iets niet voor mij lekker.
Dit is asof die mense spuit agterna hulle te struktuur. Ek wil daai enetjie met eenheid gesit word. Hoekom kies jy iemand en dan weet jy môre wat jy met hom? Hoe tree jy op as 'n gemeenskap lid met jou leier? Hier ons jeug, die kan toe kan gaan. Ek is hier oor ons gesondheid. Ons word nie gehelp nie. Verstaan jy? Ons word nie regtig gehelp. Dis die kliniek, ons mense met daai so siek, hy met daai hier 15 km afstand toe of 12 km afstand toe om by 'n kliniek te kom. Ons leiers moet erken wanneer hulle gefouteer het.
Maar hy is 'n gesiene tradisionele leier. Hy het gehoor hier's nou hierdie probleem. Hy het vir die mense gebel en gesê kom ons gaan na die kraal toe. Kom ons gaan praat.
Ja, vir hierdie kontrak. Dan moet jy eienaarskap en hy word dan sê 9 jaar en 11 maande hierdie kontrak vir 'n lid van die kommissie op 4 boer.
Teken daar is 'n groot werkloosheid onder die jong mense in ons gemeenskap.
PPA bestuur se verantwoordelikheid teenoor die huidige om Petrus Valboy.
Maar sy die suster kan een keer 'n week kom om sy goed te doen.
Aan die toegang by die hekke moet veiligheid en sekuriteit kry en mense, opgeleide mense wat die vleise werkery moet doen in die toekoms.
Daar is 'n baie groot probleem met onze jong mense. Ja, hulle is self baie laag. Soos daar miskien kan yes. As daar miskien kan 'n platform geskep word waar jong mense kan voor audience kan praat.
Mediation is where we force a discussion into any direction. In every community, you community members, obviously that are facing different challenges. For our community, more specifically, there are a lot of issues that actually stood out stronger, especially now with COVID. At the moment, we are also uncertain as to where the process is with the allocated poaching case. There is a lot of unanswered questions, and we do not know at the moment, who to engage in this process.
Die leeu's as jy trots van die boer. Die leeu's stem kom uit verskillende klanke na jou toe aan. Jy moet hom kan identifiseer. Watter klank gooi jy nou? Watter stem praat jy nou? Historiese gebeurtenis vir my as leier om 'n seun te hê wat wil leer. Ek na die medisyne van die veld tot hier toe. My 2 jaar medisyne as ek kan ek die wêreld sê ons het 'n bietjie van daai ons vader en ons sal dit deel met die wêreld daar buite in die vorm van geneesing.
And I think for the broader South Africa, to look at the Kalahari, to look where it is, and to see how we can come together as we have come together. We have opened our hearts, and we have always received people very welcomingly, and we try our best to share whatever we can, but we always share.
Yes, so what I was going to suggest is, can I take a, yeah, all right. So what I wanted to do is maybe if we can spend 5 minutes just to reflect, then I was going to propose that we break for lunch. Then after lunch, we will then do the tour. Yeah. So is it fine? Okay. So I'm gonna hand over to you then, so we can do some reflections. I can see there's already people burning to say something, so I think we should do that. Yeah? All right. So once again, if you have anything, if you would like to make a remark, maybe just, yeah, so we'll work our way this way and come around that side. Okay.
Okay, mine is just a comment, a compliment actually. You know, there's something authentic when you are hearing it from the horse's mouth. So that was quite deep, unlike when you're reading about it. There is just something about it. Thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you so much. It really meant a lot to me. I've got a better understanding of what's happening in the country.
Okay, anybody here? Anybody on this side? All right, so ons gaan gou reg oor na jou toe.
Thank you. So when my brother stood up, I said to him, "Wawas." I was crying the entire time watching that movie. That is our people. That is truly what's happening. Watching this video clip en die spreekwoordelike gebruik wat hulle sê, jy sal niks hê, maar jy sal nog steeds gelukkig wees. And there is somehow a sense of hope. Mense dra nie hulle probleme op hulle gesigte nie. And it leaves me in this place where I'm torn. I'm torn apart. Like, how? These are human beings. This also means. That's all.
Is there anybody else that would like to just to acknowledge? Yeah? Particular mic, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I understand completely how you feel. I've watched this so many times, and every time I watch it, I sit up on my kill. Because the thing is, you know, that someone's father, someone's oppa, and besluit, this is who I want to be. Of course, too, we have other chief or other paramount, what. But what one Petrus did, and he's turning 18 next year, into the police, he said, this is what I'm going to do, this is how many wild gaan ek jag. And he went to all the older people, sick people, which was what our government wasn't doing, and he says that as the leader, this is my responsibility. He stood up in the face of court. I mean, he could have gone to prison, but he said, this is the right thing for me to do for my people. And I try and show this as much as possible. Like you were saying, sir, you know, academic we read. We have to understand and justify whatever theories we put across, but to see someone's face and to actually hear their pain firsthand, we cannot just leave it like this. And this is why it's so important for me, especially working at the museum, just wherever I can, and for people to be aware of what is happening. And thank goodness, the case was eventually thrown out of court and he didn't have to go to prison. But the trust or the mistrust between the other elected people, government elected people, was broken now. And it showed a lot of truths that people were talking all along, but there was no action. And now Petrus actually took action.
Can I just add also the same reaction you're having, Anne-Marie, while we were filming always. I was filming behind the camera a lot of the time or recording the sound. And I would also become very emotional because of the stories that was coming out, you know, and the way people were living and the hardship people were facing every day. It was very difficult to be crying. Sometimes I would be filming, but tears running down my eyes, you know, and I wipe it off, looking, you know. But it was really, it was a life-changing experience to be in the Kalahari. You know, we here in Cape Town, me and my Rasta brothers, you know, talk about our roots and culture, you know, where we come from. And we learned also that the San community, the so-called San community, they are regarded as the first people. They have the oldest DNA, you know. So all of our ancestors is the San people, the so-called Bushman people, We all originate from the Bushmen. So the San community, it's a very important treasure which we should value that community, and we should uplift that community and give it that rightful place. I mean, the that's another thing.
That's what my presentations were about last year. That if we were seen as human beings, and if our human rights, if we were seen as human beings, then we would have had those basic human needs. The right to shelter, the right to access to fresh drinking water and food. And I believe if we do not have access to these things, that we are not being perceived as humans. Yeah. We are being perceived as lesser than that of a human being. So it's not about modern technology, electricity. Ons ken van vuur maak ma se kind. Want hy is soos uitsteek. As jy my sê. But restricting me, in living out my culture. And the other thing that I've picked up in this presentation, ons mense is bang om ons identity te claim. Ons was mos geslaan, jy weet, en neergekyk as jy sê jy's 'n boesman. Man, Piet Berendse, hy sal sê, hy's 'n boesman, want is meer beskrywend van waar vanaf ek kom. Ek is 'n kind van die natuur. Vanoggend het ek met jou gepraat en ek het met Bridget gepraat en hulle sê vir my, ek kan baie streeks dialekte kan ek praat. Ek sê meisiekind, daar wat ek my voet neersit, daar is ek vanaf. Want ek is 'n kind van hierdie aarde. Ek pas oral aan. Wat vir my kommerwekkend is die feit dat die kleurling met sy kleurling mentaliteit nie besef wie hy is nie. Ons kom van die boesman af. Ons is. Dit is wie ons is. That's all I wanted to say, brother.
Well, thank you so much to everybody. It's been absolutely amazing. Let's all stand. Let's rise and acknowledge not just our two presenters, but all the presenters today. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen.